Peaceful, let it be comradely, let it be NDC. NDC should be what we should be talking there. NDC should be what should be binding of the party, in the philosophy of the party, in the morality of the party, in the commitment of the party, who come together, form this party, grow this party, and protect this party. So if people who don't believe in this, you allow them to come and take over because of use of material incentives, we will have no more party. But I believe and I have commitment in the delegates. I believe and I have commitment. I believe and I have hope in the membership of the party that we shall do what is right for this party. I wish the Congress well. And I wish the youth and women, the youth and the women, especially the youth, you are going to take over this party. Please, you are going to take over this party. Ensure that the right thing is done. You pick leaders who you pick based on their commitment and based on their history of how hard they have worked for the party. That should be the basis on which you pick the people. I thank you all.
Nostalgic, I still recall Bolga and Bolgatanga NDC National Youth Congress, then with late Bismarck Agbamenule of blessed memory, where the party had to take a major decision on who best represented and provided leadership for the youth wing of our party. I have always maintained that the wings that flies the falcon to a success is a youth and women's wing of the NDC. So the success of our great party hinges on the resilience, the fortitude, the attitude, and the sacrifice of its youth and women. When they are there for you, you are there for victory. It's my prayer that we would undertake this exercise of an election without any acrimony and mudslinging, and that the best will emerge, and that the youth and women will represent those who would lead our party to victory. We're almost there, but they will lead us there. So I wish the National Youth and Women Delegates Conference every success, and the National Congress that will elect the national leadership of our party, the chairman, the secretary, the general secretary, the organizer, and their deputies will elect those who would work to assist the flag bearer to win the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. There can only be one irresistible outcome of the 2024 elections, and that is an NDC victory. We simply can't wait, but we must get the best to lead us. I believe that the youth wing in particular must accept the responsibility and challenge of polling station responsibility and coalition responsibility and outcomes reflecting the sovereign will of the Ghanaian people will give the NDC the needed victory. Thank you.
Minority Leader Harun Idrisu has just addressed the NDC delegates' messages of solidarity coming from Harun Idrisu and Hudu Yaya. I've also seen that some of the elders of the NDC are just joining us. Ambassador Victor Beho has just joined us. I've seen Kofi Ato, I've seen Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, I've seen Edem Agbana, who is the former deputy youth organizer, Kofi Adams, I've seen him here, and the chairman of the Council of Elders of the NDC. From where I sit, I can see Alhaji Mahama Idrisu in his white dress, seated, relaxing for the program to start, and many of the Council of Elders and leading members of the NDC are arriving. The venue is becoming ready, it's shaping up. Delegates are getting seated. With me in the studio are two doctors. They all like finance and issues about the economy. One is in Ghana, one is outside the country. Dr. Nene Adams Asafote is an observer and a monitor. I know he's a lecturer as well. And Dr. Yao Eli Sebastian Nafra is also an observer and a monitor. He's an investment consultant. Dr. Yao Eli Sebastian is sitting on my right. You are welcome, sir. Thank you. And Dr. Nene Asafote Adams is also seated on my left. You came in as observers. Let me start with you, Nene. What has been observation so far? We got the earlier indication that by 11 o'clock the program would have started. I've seen the preparation or the preparatory stages setting the stage for the opening prayer as Kofi Adams makes announcement at the background. But what has been the observation so far?
Well, let me first of all say good morning to Ghanaians. Good morning to your cherished listeners. I would say that today is a special day in the annals of democracy for Ghana. I remember very well, we wouldn't have been having this until the beginning of 1992. Today in Ghana, even though we have a multi-party democracy, essentially you're looking at two major political parties who have been able to form government since the inception of the Fourth Republic. And an event like this to elect the national executives of one of those two major political parties is an event that nobody would want to take lightly in the country. As an observer, my job and that of my colleagues is to come around, look at the grounds, walk around, observe what is happening, look at people's behavior, also have a little bit of intelligence and security eye, so that even though you are walking around, you will be looking at people's behavior, look at whether there are incidents, possible incidents of, risk areas that you can identify around the grounds. And then when you come in, you look at the setup, is everything okay? Security, entry, exits, people's behavior, and look at spots of gatherings around, and also look at what people are talking about and the mood.
So the role looks quite huge, because many people thought when they say you're an observer, you're only coming to sit up there and watch them vote. So far, would you say that from morning till this time, the arrangement, how the process is gradually ramping up is good? Indeed,
I would say that so far so good. Arrangement is perfect. I walked around the entire media setup and everything is in order. I look at the stands and it's virtually like merrymaking. My hope and prayer is that it should continue like this into the voting time. With regards to time, I think that a big event like this with about an hour and a half late, we are still within schedule, and I appeal to all participants, be delegates, non-delegates, observers, interested parties, Ghanaians, to be patient with the process. But I think that the handlers are doing what is expected of them, and so far, so good.
Good. So that's Dr. Nene Adams Asafote says, so far, so good. Is one of the observers who will be with us for the next few minutes. The other one is Dr. Yao Eli Sebastian Nefra. He came from US Connecticut, I'm told. He's an investment consultant, but he's here as a member of the NDC and an observer. Doc, you are welcome.
Thank you very much.
So, so far, would you say anything appears to be going below your expectation?
Well, the NDC, as we know, is a very organized party. And whenever events like this are taking place, they think through situations before the setup takes place. And indeed, what I've seen has not gone below par. So far, so good. like my colleague alluded to, arrangements are in place, behavioral patterns are up to expectation, security is up to scratch, and all the expectations are according to what we're looking forward to see. And I can say that we are looking forward to a great Congress.
Now, it will be good to have a feel of the Ghanaians in US who are monitoring events back home and are not too sure about really what is going on in Ghana. For some of us, when we see you drop down, we know you brought dollars. And so I'll be walking home with some dollars today. That's just on a lighter note. But what is the conversation among Ghanaians, in particular NDC members who saw NDC in 2016, knew what happened in 2020, and where we are now? What goes through your mind, and the pain, especially from where you situated Ghana before you left office?
You know, at a point we kept saying that we have two major political parties in Ghana. Yes, in the real sense, yes, but in actual practice, in terms of performance, we've realized that there is only one political party that is pro-development. Others are pro-family and friends, and others are for the growth and the general well-being of Ghanaians. The difference was not as clear until recently, and our recent history has advertised that difference to a very high magnitude, and that has given us hope that Ghanaians, without even the use of any lens, will see the crystal difference between the NDC and the MPP. Out there in the US, now everybody says, why did you change John Dramani Mahama? Why did you change John Dramani Mahama when such a gentleman was managing situations step in, step out to a very serious level that would take Ghana to a high degree of development? And I'm so happy that this Congress is going to take place, a reorganization of the party, new executives, and of course, ultimately get a flag bearer for the party and the right person to lead this country will be well advertised.
What was the mood as you walked onto the event ground? From outside, what you observed, entering the stadium and looking at all the arrangements that have been put in place for the Congress?
The key thing about any political arrangement is the people. When I saw the people out there...
And hold on, as we speak, and I'm just told that the former president, John Dramani Mahama, has just arrived, and I'm sure the cameras will be capturing his arrival as people try to fraternize with him and get him out of his vehicle. And so there it is, John Mahama is just emerging out from his vehicle in his traditional khaki long-sleeved t-shirt with the NDC colors on the chest. And I'm sure you can see from the shot the former president as he's being ushered round the stadium to wave at delegates who are applauding him as a security man usher him to just have a feel of the arrangement on the ground before this Congress will take place. While we are observing the arrival of the former president, I can see his 2020 running mate just behind him. I can see former Chief of Staff Julius Debra, also with the delegation that arrived with the former president. I've seen Samuel Okudjota Blakwa in the shot, and of course well-built security men around him providing security as usual as the former president goes round to wave at delegates who are seated early enough to get ready for the opening ceremony for this Congress to start. Don't forget, this program was originally built to start at 11 o'clock, and it's delayed briefly, but we are told that any moment from now, because the former president has arrived, the program will start. And yesterday, if you're a delegate and you are listening to me, you better enter the stadium, because as far as I'm concerned, the chairman of the planning committee said they are not going to wait for the stands to be filled before the program will start. And therefore, if you are a delegate monitoring us on Wezo TV, monitoring us on TVXYZ, this is the time you want to be with us. I can see Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Boa, former Minister for Energy, MP for Elembele, one of the leading members of NDC in Parliament. A lot of potential in him, young man, will soon be joining us. But let me wrap up with the two doctors. Dr. Asafote, the former president has arrived, and you can see from the stands, people are just excited to see him, and it comes to them as hope. How does this euphoria come to you as an observer?
You know, one thing about His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is the calmness, is the aura of freshness around him. And anytime I see him coming around, I'll have to be honest with you. I see the days of His Excellency Kofi Annan of blessed memory, the coolness, the calmness, and the beauty of things. I think the moment he entered the stadium, you can see the amplification of energy, the shouting, and all the goodies that come with it. I think that his arrival implies that the game has started now, and I urge all delegates, as you said, to come to their seats for the process to start. This is very critical for the National Democratic Congress, just as much as to all Ghanaians, that we need democracy in Ghana. We need proper democracy. We need a democracy that is focused on the well-being of the people. I am a microeconomics enthusiast. That which will bring, joy and benefit to the people with a bit of welfareism and opinions.
We will be talking about that.
Very well.
I want Emmanuel Amakufibwa to join us shortly, and then you will let him swap with you, and then I'll come back to you. So don't go far. Now, while Amakufibwa joins us, Dr. Yao Eli Sebastian Nafra, what should be going through the minds of delegates at this stage when the party is looking for the best of all the candidates? All of them are good, to make sure that going into 2024, these people will actually rally supporters to be able to move the NDC into victory in 2024.
The NDC is not bereft of talent. The NDC is not bereft of quality personalities, people of repute, intellect, and abilities. No doubt that for most of the positions we have 2-3 people contesting, and listening to all of them, it gives me joy that anytime, any day, NDC will have people to fill in the position. For the delegates, they should be looking at committed personalities, people who are capable of doing what they need to do, play their role to the major expectations that we have concerning them.
And as we speak, just to cut you short, Amakufibwa will be speaking shortly. I think one of the candidates has arrived, and the person's arrival is almost like a president who has arrived. How does it come to you as a political animal?
Let me say the vibrancy and the energy around is amazing. I was at the campus last night, and the delegates never slept.
Wow.
The energy, the excitement.
I can see through your eyes that you didn't sleep either.
I mean, it was amazing. But if you ask me honestly, I can't wait for today to be over.
Okay, because I have a long conversation with you, but don't go, stay with us. So you were on the floor and you were speaking to what should be going through the minds of delegates.
Yes, for the delegates, I guess most of them will not find it difficult selecting out of the best, because they know people who have served this party over the years, their credentials, not just on paper, but their abilities on the ground. These are people who have just anything that you put at the very top of any political leadership. People of astute character, people of academic credence, and people who have been on the ground with delegates over the years and have performed in several capacities. And these are people who are standing today. And for them, it will be very easy for them to choose who is the right person.
As we speak, I'm sure the cameras will capture him later. That is Johnson Asedun Ketia, one of the aspirants for the chairmanship position, has just arrived. He's being led round to wave at the delegates, as I'm sure all of them will do. And the cameras will be capturing him as he goes round to wave at delegates. But while they will be watching that, let me come to you, Amabua. You are a party member.
Yes.
A minister of state.
Yes.
A member of parliament.
Yes.
You've gone through this before. I'm making reference to elections.
Yes.
How is it like on a D-Day like this?
This is a different one.
How?
I've been around. I'm in my 4th term, and I attended a lot of NDC congresses.
So let me run a brief commentary.
Yes.
For those who are just watching us, you see General Mosquito in between those macho men. who are his bodyguards.
Amazing.
And he arrived in a fanfare. It was almost like a president entering the stadium, and there he is going around the stadium, taking greetings from the delegates who are seated, applauding him.
Amazing.
And that's exciting.
This is the difference, you know.
Right.
I have to tell you, of all the congresses, we go there, it's more of a ceremonial event. The outcome is almost given, and we are just basically going there to applaud. Today, frankly,
it's uncertain.
No, very, and it's clearly, and and if you are in a position that I am, you have to be very, very, very careful in even how to communicate, because we want the best for the NDC. The candidates are also qualified. We need them in the NDC. I mean, think about it. The whole night I woke up, I'm like, so who do we throw away? We need these candidates. I mean, go there.
And you can hear the noise at the background. That is the overwhelming applause that General Mosquito, as we know him, Johnson Asiedu Nketia, who's vying for the national chairmanship position, it's receiving as he's going around. And so we'll continue our conversation. I'm sure the cameras will help you to appreciate the scenes here at Accra Sports Stadium. You were speaking, Amakofibwa.
So I mean,
I've seen
this
that
is the reality. Can you imagine
right,
that today, after this election, I mean, let me take the deputy general secretary race. I mean, my good friend Otukono, Fifi Kwete, Elvis. I mean, who is not my friend?
Yes.
All of these people, when they come to the Western region, they stay with me in my house.
So it makes the work even difficult for ordinary party members.
So how do you imagine that at the end of the election today, we say, okay, this person didn't win, or this person, I mean, and we know they have too much to offer the party. And that is why I am very quiet today.
So the question you have raised is very instructive.
Yes.
Because if you look at Chairman General Asiedu Nketia, you look at Samuel Ofusampopo, there's no doubt they are fine candidates. And you've just made mention of the three going for the general secretaryship position. The party needs all of them.
Yes.
So today, the decision that will be made must also go with how the party wants to ensure that you leverage on the capacity or the capabilities of the others who may not be selected today.
Very important.
Is it going to be easy or difficult?
It is going to depend so much on those who emerge winners. And the first stone they set will be key for our unity going forward. That to me is very critical. I'm already sitting here thinking ahead of what happens after today. Obviously, we are going to have an outcome. And one way or the other, the outcome will come. But critically, those who emerge winners must understand that the NDC as a political party is at a crossroads. And this crossroad is different than any of the crossroads we pass. This is the crossroads that give us power, or the crossroads that if we don't handle well can create more problems for you.
So before you take leave of us,
yes,
what would you tell the average Ghanaian who wants to see a rejuvenated NDC led by competent people the party will choose, and who can assure them of victory in 2024?
Listen, I sit in parliament and I can tell you that there is no other time that Ghanaians are looking for the NDC to salvage this country from the mess we are in than now. I mean, it is as if some group that, and it's so unfortunate to say this, but every day when you uncover the things this week I've been dealing with the issue of the cathedral and the 339 million that have already been spent, additional 80 million that has been budgeted for. We decide to probe and find out what has been done to get the documentation of the past expenditure. What is the 80 million going to be used for? And how much money will we actually need to finish a cathedral that originally was a personal dream of the president, which has now been saddled with a country that is going through crisis, A country that has been told that we are so broke that we should tighten our belt and be prepared to have a haircut. We were told this week that this cathedral will cost Ghana over $380 million. By the time they finish, we've already spent roughly 42 million. And we were told by the cathedral secretariat that we will need over $250 million to finish the cathedral. We have already spent 339 million Ghana cedi, and they are asking for 80. And you know, you ask yourself, just yesterday I turned on the TV, and our president was in Washington DC, the leader of our country, basically putting Ghana at risk by basically making statements that basically overnight creates enemies for us. And I'm saying to myself, Jesus Christ.
A former foreign minister.
Saddened. So we have too much ahead of us. The NDC is not simply winning this election. It's about the team that we put together to rescue Ghana.
While we are having the conversation, General Asedun Ketia, who is vying for the national chairmanship position, is waving at delegates, and delegates are receiving him with response. I can see the change sign being done to welcome him, obviously because he's challenging Samuel Oposu Ampofo. But thank you very much, Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Boa. Obviously, don't go far. I will come and look for you and bring you back.
Definitely.
So that we have a conversation.
Thank you very much.
Since your colleagues are seated, I want to leave you to satisfy your curiosity and excitement. And now, Doc, so Dr. Nene Adams Asafote will join us again. But you listen to him. He's a member of parliament. Yes. He has seen the books. He has also expressed the feeling at this stage because he has walked through elections before. Interesting, especially as you observe how things are gradually appearing to be warming up.
Indeed, the question you asked him that was of interest is the fact that these are all capable men and women who are standing for positions. What will happen if some should lose today? Our party has a track record. A party that knows how to draw people back when they fall out in terms of election. So we are on that trail that we just have to repeat. Nobody is going to throw away a very good candidate who has just lost an election. The conciliatory ability of the NDC is without question. Therefore, going forward, the winners will have to hold the hands of the supposed losers so that NDC will get to the place we need to get to. But I love the energy that I'm seeing, and for that matter, seeing Asedun Ketia in his war regalia, getting the cheers and the applause. It's so refreshing. That is the spirit of the NDC.
Now, let me come to you, Dr. Nene Adams Asafote. You left us briefly because we had to engage Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Boa. Now, as you can see, traditional authorities are coming in. I've seen them moving in. Obviously, it will be ushered to where they would have to sit. These are from the greater Accra region. I've also seen a number of dignitaries who have also arrived. We are told members of the diplomatic corps will also be with us. I will walk you through the program outline as far as the opening session is concerned. But you have seen all these things. It comes at a time when the NDC's only message to the average Ghanaian is what will assure them of the hope. Because if you look at the theme is basically talking about rallying Ghanaians and the NDC becoming the hope of Ghana looking at 2024. How strategically should NDC be positioning itself to make itself more attractive, especially to the youth, women, and the average Ghanaian who may be seen as a floating voter?
Thank you very much. You have just mentioned that Nime have arrived on the grounds, and with your permission, let me say, Nime, you are welcome. This is your land. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to have this program on your land. What I would say is that a lot of the work going forward has been done with regards to the reorganization and all of those things through from the branch elections through the constituency elections and the regional elections. So far, the process has been good per my observation and the estimation. Going forward from this election, what is important is that if you look at the candidates contesting from chairman to general secretary organizer positions, it appears to me that the NDC is spoiled of choice, has been spoiled of choice. All the candidates are formidable, and anyone that is selected should understand that his or her opponents have similar strength, and he has to find a way to bring them together to work together. And to the delegates, I do tell them that if you are a delegate, you are no longer of your own. You have been bestowed a responsibility a little bit higher than you, a responsibility that requires that you listen to people before you make a decision, and that is why you are a delegate. You are representing a certain constituency of people, and therefore they should take their delegate job seriously. The position that is, if you like, bestowed upon them, they should take it seriously and make sure that they vote within the aspirations of the people. I can say that the two major contested positions so far is the chairmanship and the secretaryship. If you look at the people over there, all of them are superly qualified. Be it the current chairman, my own chairman, Samuel Ofuzu, be it the general secretary, our former one and only Ni Amashite, and then Yawedu said, these are all very serious people. And then the secretaryship, who will take Fiavi out, who will take Ankara out, who would want to take Otokuno out? I mean, and so my proposal to them is that after these elections, we would want to see all of them at a table, dining together, and just merry-make. Whoever wins deserves to win. And I wish all of them the best.
The responsibility will be that of the winners and the losers, and again the council of elders of the party, and most especially the former president, who many respect, and obviously will be the father of the party once they elect the presidential candidate going into 2024. Very soon the program will start. I've seen the announcers getting ready to walk us through the opening session, but this begins with the arrival of delegates, the opening prayer, anthem of the party, call to Congress. We'll stop here and listen to the announcer.
I was in 1992.
Okay, so while we are waiting, we want to hear the announcement from the stage. Okay, it looks like
and I'll be doing this with the MP for Buem, the Honorable Kofi Adams, who will join me on the stage after our prayers. For now, we'll take our Christian prayer that is coming from Prophet Jerry John Ahima of the Greenhouse Chapel International. Prophet Jerry Ahima from the Greenhouse Chapel will give us the Christian prayer.
Hallelujah. Choboy. Please, with all humility, I will ask for us to be on our feet for a short word of prayer. With all humility, shall we please rise up on our feet in respect to our God, our Maker, for a word of prayer? Shall we pray? Father, in the name of Jesus, we appreciate you for the gift of life. We thank you, O God, for bringing all the delegates, all the aspirants, all our founding fathers of this party from their various places to bring us together in this stadium for this Congress. We appreciate you for this gift of life. We pray committing this very program before thee. We ask that your presence will be with us. I come against any evil expectations of the enemy. They are there watching to what will become of us on today's Congress. Let their evil expectations fail. We declare for peace. We declare for unity. We pray for the aspirant, those that has the party at heart, those that has the nation at heart, those that believes the values of our party. Lord, let the heart of all the delegates favorably turn to that person to take up that position deserved. For we know that this is a stepping stone for the hope of Ghana in the coming 2024 our election. We believe that Ghana is waiting for a party like this to take over and to bring the blessings that you have ordained for our nation Ghana. Thank you, God, that we have a successful Congress and election. Indeed, this election is sanctified, justified, modified, and being glorified. In Jesus' precious name, we pray with thanksgiving. Amen and amen. Put your hands together for Lord. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Prophet Jerry John Ahima of the Greenhouse Chapel International. Let me now welcome Colonel Retired Umar Sanda Ahmed. He is former Chief of Imam for the Ghana Armed Forces, and he's also a former ambassador to Egypt. He will come with his imams to say a prayer for our Muslim prayer section.
Once again, may we be upstanding for the Muslim prayer. Once again, can you please rise for the Muslim prayer? A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. Allah, we thank you for once again bringing us together for the purpose of electing our leaders to lead this country the way forward. We pray for all those in leadership, because you have said in the Quran, you give authority to whom you chose, and you take it and give it to whoever you decide. Allah, as we congregate this morning, we ask you to let peace be the message, and that we shall hold this country together as we move forward in the next general elections coming. Allah, unto you we look for assistance and sustenance, and we say, Allahumma iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Allahumma ihdina ila siratika al-mustaqim, siratal lazina an'amta alayhim غير المكتوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Thank you very much, Colonel Retired Umar Sanda Ahmed. He is former Chief Imam for the Ghana Armed Forces and also the former ambassador to Egypt. We move on to our traditional leaders now. They will come right in front of me and give us their traditional prayer. So let's welcome Numo Noi Osikan III, Klote Nadu Wulomo, Numo Kofi Chewa IV, Mahia Wulomo, Ni Sama Klanche I, Su Kajano Manche, Kole Klote Wonyo, Ni Obu, and Ni Sai Kwame. We welcome them to give us the traditional prayer for this afternoon.
Ago Chamakanyama. Ago Chamakanyama. Ago Chamakanyama. No one never way.
Akago Chamakanyama. Ago Aomekame. Akago Mene Ashime. Mene Ashiho. Nema ho. Nama ho. Wabaloma wo. Wabaloma wo chain diam ponke ngasa siafia. Atani bogwe chipon. Obo jenkoji. Obo kaka nai. Obo shonke koi. Obo shiake tei. No bo adesign ke wumi. Wake ina akpa. Lebine bo kan frad ne chon. No jono ami. Nika shinu no fiani abakaja ode eyo manye. Efe shwelemo. Efe noya. Efe wala sechele. Hamuko femuko ke kui nuo yo biene wakago sukloten yo kanshanka diama fama konwe fio group san fro pon kwa konu obenaso ma konu nyanje ma konu dudu kwa ma konu osutu ma konu nadu ma konu ba ke ma konu awunu masakwa ma konu kuma me san ma konu obu ma konu onya ma konu obu ma konu adu kwa ma konu okpala ma konu okuma ga ma konu san ma konu bentu ma konu ni ogba me ko se bi fenye kunye no adare ma konu chawe ma konu omado ma konu aduso ma konu anklo ma konu kweku ahitan ma konu guwa kaka dono owi ayaye metolo bi tolo afiye ka afioko opobi ajenkwado tete agbo kakra ku ref nyefenye ko nkajo mo joba jo awo osudade mo konu asambra mo konu tamakolo to mo konu sen kofi sen kwa nyefenye ko nyu nkajo mo joba jo na kole aboyo fofie kusheku kwakubli katamanso bonso emisan aye infojo akroma akotia asibi agbonye ni o busunchi busumpra nyefenya kunika jomo juno abajo awo akanya machanya klubia bife ninyi machanya kran chila cham kuncha nyefe ncheka jo buto abra ka duka gbe langma ka jelama ka gba danshra ka gbe koyi ka je koyi ka gbe woyi nye brubru ne ncho me nchanye she me nchanye ma me nchanye okanyo minche ni shi ajo ni mlakwen mi no ocho onye lebine won chenye yo manye na aka waka ne bia achikeba lele wakui niji NDC mene afon shiki kenjie senu taloi konu pe koko men lele amu momente etu ajiami ne won fon shiki ne ni shi ajo ni mlakwen ajo mo ko femoko ne afon shiki ne ni awon ga jam aba ni afon shiki ne ni manson aba shi afon shiki ne ga twenjole akem ogana ma ne twenjola amani afon shiki ne ni twenjola aba ko ino ya aba ko ni shole mo aba ni kuniyele akekle akefu ofe oncho akem kuniyele ko ke oyo obi ene adro ofe ni NDC ku ame fet mo blue block ku ni anya akanya kwa memi lele kame fe ko mepe amacho ma ke ye ni amacho party ke ya hin won bi jo mo ke ha mi onugba ni yo mi iwala na mo ko fe mo ko ni iwala ame se no talo ni ji ame papa ni ji drumman John drumman ni mama anye den wo che fe anye den amama me fe me nte twe so lo pana ko ni atesha wa mi na mo ke ka hin ami ni bi ni ama fe follow na won bule fa won show mi fe wa me se ko ni shin ajo ni mla akwen na aji abo ami kuni yeli efe ameno kame se bi fe kuni am twagana ma machi twa no ma edwan bla wo fe ona ngba agago cheme kenyeme o kutuan bi fe min cheke jo butu ka gbe langba ke lama ka gbe adan sho ka gbe koyi ka gbe woyi ise apo ne chombi ekehu lele tani wo twa alo tani ndi school e twa je ametani nye tani e kumi ami onye jo am na me to ata na ni hia jo ni mla ko on twan ni kuni ele afi afi am no aja me kaja hom kaja mo ami no ni afi am kaja mo nye duma se afi ne wa fro ba jo no hwa me no ko ni hia jo ni mla ko twan na mo jo bla wo fe ka me fe
no mo na ma no mo eko
eke cheme ka jeme na nu hwe se anya ya ka fe la jo na ka hwe se na nu hwe se am ko ni hia jo ni mla ko if on fait un say
no more thing.
Thank you very much for such wonderful prayers that was said for our great party and the success of this Congress, the 10th Delegate Congress. The prophet who said the Christian opening prayer, the Imam, and the Ulamas are exchanging pleasantries with the VVIPs on the high table. We thank you so much for doing us these honors. Wonderful prayers have been said. And after this, the only party which was established, inaugurated with an anthem, is the National Democratic Congress. Our party was specially established. It was specially formed. And so the next moment is to take a few minutes to have our anthem done. So I invite everybody to be on his or her seats as we take the party's anthem. Thank you very much.
Of the land, for weather and secure future, development our God, from vision to be, the NDC shall lead, stable democrat, Ghana, our strength in unity, from vision to be. Strength in unity. Victory! Victory! It's our land. Victory! It's our land.
Our strength in unity. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. A round of applause for this wonderful anthem. Now that the prayer has been said, the party's anthem has been done, and the atmosphere is charged, Congress will be called to order. And we are having no less a person, but the coordinator of all the Congress planning committees who saw through the effective planning of this Congress to do us that honor. I invite to the podium Honorable Alex Segbefia.
Good afternoon to everybody. On behalf of the former president of this country, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, on behalf of the National Executive Committee, which set up the Congress Planning Committee, I call Congress to order. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alex Segbefia. We now call on the regional chairman, the host region, Mr. Ni Ashimo, to give us his welcome address. Indeed, we are rallying for Victory 2024, and this is our 10th Delegates Congress, and we are having it in the capital of this country, Accra. So we invite the regional chairman, Comrade Ni Ashimo, to give us the welcome address.
Your Excellency, the incoming President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, and your 2020 running mate, Professor Nana Opoku Ajiman, the National Chairman, Honorable Ofusampofo, the General Secretary, Honorable Johnson Asedun Ketia, all national executives, Council of Elders, regional executives of the party, Council of Elders of the region, honorable members of parliament, present and past, former government appointees, representatives from government and other political parties, colleagues, regional chairman, members of the diplomatic corps, distinguished aspirant, esteemed delegate, ladies and gentlemen, Nime, Name, Wombanyeme, Omade, all protocol observed, as we say in Ghana, Wahanyeko. It is my utmost pleasure to speak to you today to welcome most cordially to the 10th National Delegates Congress of the great NDC family. As a host region, on behalf of the Greater Accra region, I extend my warmest to you all who have traveled near and far here with us today, and those joining us with the various medium, radio, TV, social media, for this historic moment which defined and shaped the course of the National Democratic Congress. On behalf of the executives and all members of the NDC in the region, I would like to express my profound gratitude to the National Executive Committee, Organizing Committee of this year's Delegates Conference for choosing Greater Accra as a host region. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today's event is to clamor the enormous collective effort which began some months ago at our branches as we seek to reorganize to ready ourselves for the back-breaking task of sending the elephant into the bush 2024 and beyond. My task today is pretty simple: to welcome the kingmakers of our party, especially the Greater Accra kingmakers, the esteemed delegates, aspirants, and let me welcome you and also make you feel comfortable. And today, as we make the decision for the people, the men and women who lead us into the 2024 elections. So I am not here to serve you with the boredom of long speech, but kindly permit me the latitude to share a few words with you. His Excellency the incoming President, having recently assumed the office, the NDC Greater Accra, under my chairmanship, is committing itself to Agenda 25, which will give the NDC the clear government in 2024 and form a majority in Parliament as well. Having increased our seat from 13 in 2026 to 20 in 2021, we are of the firm belief that these numbers can be increased to 25 with commitment, dedication, hard working, and unity. Unity underlined. As someone who has tasted both defeat and victory, I fully appreciate the highs and the lows of elections, the thrills, the excitement, the teasing, the headache, and the heartbreaks, and sometimes the insult. This has been part of our elections, unfortunately, but we have remained resolute and forged ahead as one. Internal contests do test the bond as a unit to the extreme point, but cannot break us, and we must not be breaking. The Right Honorable Aban S.K. Babin once said, and I quote, "If you want to lead me and I said no, why must you be angry? As politicians, we must understand." Sometimes, in the heat of the campaign, our language becomes revolting and unpalatable, but we must not lose sight of the danger ahead of us, which requires our collective interest overcoming. The beauty of democracy is the contest of ideas and its accompanying overskill. I will not be the one to judge the wrong or the right. That I will tell you for the fact that if we don't regroup to reorganize our dream for reclaiming this economy from its current mess, our dreams will not be realized. Our differences during internal election should not define our collectives. The thrills, the teasing, the heartbreak cannot separate us in the interest, nor divide us in the purpose as we seek the holy cause of breaking the chain of Nana Akufo-Addo and Bawumia bondage. In the running up of this process, it is birth of a new dawn, the march towards the recapturing of Power 2024 under the able leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I urge all delegates to stick to the doctrine of democracy, knowing there will be winners and losers, but at the end, it is our collective interest and single force of defining us. Alexander the Great once said, "Remember upon the conduct of each dependent the fate of all." Comrades, we should therefore be guided in our actions and utterances towards one another. Our words should be kind and accommodative, not antagonistic. Our action considerate, as the pitch of time does not affect us a great time and a deal to show down with the elephant. Unity, they say, is strength. We will not be using the precious time of post-Congress resolving issue, seeking the unity among party members, when we could use that period in chasing the elephants to where it belongs to. His Excellency, the piano has both black and white keys, and yet to achieve the melodious chord and a beautiful tune and music, both keys must be deployed. And as like the piano, the NDC Congress will produce winners and losers, but to rally for power 2024 and build the Ghana we want, we need both victors and losers to join the forces as one. To the esteemed delegates, campaign team members, social media communicators, I implore you to be moderate in your victory and gracious in your defeat. Our candidate can only win or lose, but if at the end we need at each other for 2020 victory. To the distinguished candidate, remember what the old book says in Matthew 20:28, and I quote, "But it shall not be among you, but whosoever be a great among you, let him be your leader." Leadership is opportunity to serve. As we seek the mandate of the delegates to lead them, may we be humble to be at the service of the people. May we not forget our promises and commitments, delivering hope and aspiration to our people. If there is any commodity, the NDC must. If there is any commodity for the NDC, it must be a hope. We must be ready as leaders to sacrifice our comfort and our luxuries for the greater cause, reclaiming our beloved country from this mess situation and bring the country back on track as a youth can have hope and the dreams of Ghana we want. A Ghana where prosperity is earned, reality is rewarded, and all rights are respected. Comrades, once again, I welcome you to the 10th Delegates Congress, and I wish all aspirants very best, and may we have a successful Congress. May God bless us all. Thank you.
Indeed, may God bless us all as we rally for victory 2024. There are two things that I picked from the regional chairman's speech. He is promising 25 seats in Greater Accra. That's a good one there, and I know that is achievable, and for the kind of team that they have elected for this agenda, we are so sure that they will come up with those seats. So agenda 25 seats for Greater Accra. That is exciting. It's time to do the roll call now. Let's bring our regional organizer, Anthony Nupenu, to come and do the roll call for us. Are you ready, Anthony? Handing over to you. Thank you.
MC Obobia Pokudaku, Chairman for Congress, Your Excellency, this afternoon I have a singular task to make a simple roll call of regions and delegates. So as I mention your region, all I expect from you is to see a wave and a loud shout that you are fully represented at this 10th National Delegate Congress. Ayazu, Ayazuzu, Ayaza, MFA. I start from the Upper East region. Upper East region. Are you here? Upper East for Muahana. Mumayashamwe. Upper East. Boku Central, Boku, Bolga, Pusiga, Binduri, Timpani, Talasi. All of you, are you here? Thank you very much. We wish you well and may you have a successful Congress. Upper West, Upper West, Upper West, Nadoli Kaliu, DBI, Laura Namdom, all of you, let's see you, let's see you, let's see you. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you, Yadamwase, Yadamwase. Savannah region, Savannah region, Savannah region, John Mahama's region. Thank you for coming.
Northeast region. Northeast region. Northeast region. Nalerugu, Gambaga, Yonyo, Treponi. Where are you? Let's see you. Let's see you. Thank you. Yadamwase. Nyamishramu. Northern region. The leader of parliament. Yeah. Northern region. Thank you. You are all welcome. Sorry for the loss yesterday night. May his humble soul rest in peace. Bunu East. Thank you. Yadamwasi. Be. Nyamishramu. Semwaba. Bunu region. The General Secretary's region. Jama North, Jama South, Brekum East, Brekum West, Tain, Banda. Thank you for coming. God bless you. I have 4 region. I have 4. Esutifi North, Esutifi South, Esunafo North, Esunafo South, Tano North, Tano South. Where are you? I have 4 region. I have 4 is not in the house. Almighty Ashanti region. Ashanti 4 Ahana. Ashanti 4 Niha. Hey, Bantama, Bekwai, Kwadasu, Asawasi, Mensha North, Mensha South, Ofori Chrome, Kwabre East. Hey, Muniha, Kumeu. Hey, the 47 regions are not here. Ashanti. Okay, we'll come back to you. Eastern region. Kede. Eastern region. The National Chairman's region. They are not here. Oh. Western North region. Bodi, Dwabusu, Awim, Akontombra, Seshiosu. Where are they? Western North. Okay, thank you for coming. Western region. Jomoro, Elembele. Where are you? Western region. Thank you. God bless you. Central region. The Ranimates region. Central region. Commander Edina Gwafu Ebrim. Cape Coast North, Cape Coast South. Asin North. Asin Central. Asin South. Edina Gwafu. Efutu. Gomwa East, Gomwa West. Gomwa Central. Aguna East, Aguna West. Hey, Vice President running mate, your region is not here. Well, they are out there. They will be coming in very soon. OT region. Nkwanta North, Nkwanta South. Karachi East and Karachi West. In Chumuru. Mr. Kofi Adams, your region is not here. OT region, where are you? Thank you for coming. Almighty voter region, the World Bank, voter region, Anglo Keta, Ketu North, Ketu South, Akachi North, Akachi South, Tongu, South Tongu, Central Tongu, North Tongu, Whole Central, Whole West, Whole Where, Afajato, Toy. Thank you. Nyawezo Ghana. Yesue dojuada. Joya wodowa madaka matangwachio. Yesue dojuada. Joya wodowa madaka matangwachio. Yemyabade Mahama dojuada. Joya wodowa madaka matangwachio. Mahama dojuada. Joya wodowa madaka matangwachio. Nyawva doga. Mauna Yami. Greater Accra, the host region. Greater Accra, the host region. Greater Accra. Nyabie. Game nyabie. Yati ashimana nye. Yati ashim. Nyuma jonye. Nyerado. Nyuma jonye. Thank you all, Mr. Chairman. This is where I draw the curtain on the 16 regions who are here to take a critical decision in electing national officers. We have our diasporans, diaspora chapters, UK, Ireland, Canada, America, all the rest. Are you here? Diaspora chapters. We have our members of parliament from all 137 constituencies. Please, can we see you? MPs. Thank you for coming. Former metropolitan, municipal, and district chief executives. Former MMDCs. Are you here? Let's see you. Former deputy ministers and ministers. Former deputy ministers and ministers. Thank you for coming. Former ministers. Former MPs. Former members of parliament. Former ambassadors who represented Ghana. Former ambassadors. Thank you for coming. 10 representatives. The 5 reps from the 10 institutions in the 60 regions. Are you here? Thank you. The last group, former presidential staffers. Thank you very much for coming. This is the full complement of the regions and the delegates that constitute this Congress. I thank you for your attention. May God bless us all.
And we thank you very much. Mr. Anthony Nukwenu is regional organizer for the Greater Accra region. It's now time for us to open Congress, and we'll do so immediately as we welcome the chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Mr. Samuel Ofosu Ampafo.
Your Excellency, John Dramani Mahama, former President of the Republic of Ghana, members of the Functional Executive Committee of the party, members of the National Executive Committee of the NDC, leadership of the minority group in Parliament, and our hard-working MPs, former ministers of state present here, members of the diplomatic corps, Nime,
Nananum, Togbo, and other eminent traditional leaders, party executives, and delegates from the regions, constituencies, and branches, representatives of political parties here present, who lead contestants in today's national elections of the NDC, distinguished invited guests, our friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. The prolific writer William Shakespeare wrote, "Small share and great welcome make a merry feast." As we gather this morning to commence the Congress of the Great National Democratic Congress, NDC, I, on behalf of the Functional Executive Council or Committee of the Party, the National Executive Council, the organizing committee of this Congress, and all other organs of the party, welcome you warmly to the Accra Sports Stadium for this historic event. I trust that at the end of our Congress, we will all make a merry feast. The 10th Congress of our party is significant for a variety of reasons. I will share a few of these reasons with you. We are having our Congress at a time when this country is going through a plethora of excruciating economic, social, and political challenges. For the first time in the history of our dear country, the hard-earned income and investment of hard-working Ghanaians and pensioners are being forcefully subjected to strange haircuts like Tokyo Joe and Backbush. 6 years down memory lane, Ghanaians thought they had voted for the new Patriotic Party (NPP) to provide economic management that they claimed they alone could deliver. Little did voters know that they had voted for barbers who only knew haircuts like Grace Jones and Punk. When the NPP touted persistently that we have the men, we never knew they had barbers. Now we see the mess they have plunged us into. They cannot even barber their own president, Akufo-Addo, properly, leaving him with a Sakura head. Fellow Katamansonians, another reason why our Congress is historic is that it is taking place at a time when Ghanaians agree on the monumental catastrophe that the Akufo-Addo Bawumia-led government represents. The teachers are saying the MPP is a catastrophe. Nurses say the MPP is a catastrophe. Truck drivers say the MPP is a catastrophe. Civil servant says catastrophe. The private sector say catastrophe. Aboso accounts purpose dealers say catastrophe. Traders say catastrophe. Barbers say, bankers say catastrophe. International rating agencies say catastrophe. Civil society organizations say catastrophe. Kaya say catastrophe. Okada riders say catastrophe. Galamseya say catastrophe. The media say catastrophe. Our traditional leaders say catastrophe. University don't say catastrophe. Religious organizations say catastrophe. Labor unions say catastrophe. Doctors say catastrophe. The Black Stars say catastrophe. Even the witches and villagers from Chepi say catastrophe. NPP's Akufo-Addo Bawumia catastrophe sentinel Ajibabia. The NPP catastrophic performance in government has been so repugnant that their own party could not stand the stench of their own rotten government. They started what looked like a cleansing and deodorizing exercise by demanding the sack of Ken Ofori-Atta as finance minister. Now the chief barber, that is the significance of the time in which we are staging a congress of our political party. Political leadership in Ghana has never in our history descended into the abyss in which we find ourselves today. The electorate has lost trust and confidence in the MPP government. The little that was left of trust was blown away when President Akufo-Addo looked Ghanaians in the eyes during one of his Sunday fellow Ghanaians broadcasts on television, national television, and told us that there will be no haircut on our investment, only for the chief barber, Ofori-Atta, to announce the following week with clippers, scissors, razors, blade in hand, that there will be haircut. And that some haircut will even be with broken bottles. That was what the height of deceit. And that was the height of deceit that any government, any president and government could ever have engaged in, which was made even more hurtful by the fact that it was a very survivor that they were playing their games, our very survivor that they are playing their games with. Distinguished invited guests, fellow Akatamansonians, coming closer home, our Congress today is also historic because it is first following the bold and heroic turnout of our party executive, foot soldiers across the country in the 2020 elections. The zest and commitment with which you campaigned in the 2020 elections saw the great NDC almost winning majority of seats in Parliament. The manifestation of that stellar performance of our party executives gathered here is a huge hang parliament, that we have, the first in the history of our country. Let nobody steal that hard work and achievement from you with any convoluted narration of related and inevitable events. Your tenacity on the campaign trail in 2020 enabled our indefatigable MPs to find a strong voice for the marginalized masses of our country whose interests we represent. I am proud of your exploits in the 2020 campaign, even as my teacher said, there is room for improvement. I am delighted that as party chairman, I was the conductor of the orchestra with you as the choir that almost snatched Parliament from the president. That was historic. In 2024, we will snatch not only Parliament, but also the presidency from the MPP government, inshallah. Fellow party members, this Congress is also historic by all standards. For the first time in the history of this country and the history of our great party, we have a General Secretary challenging his boss, the party chairman, for the position. We have witnessed the fiercest contest ever for the General Secretary position of the party. The contest for National Women Organizers was ferocious, and that of the National Youth Organizer was brazenly hot. The embers of that are yet to cool down. The internal contests point to how democracy is beautiful within the NDC. It shows that our internal processes are working. I want our detractors to know that our party still remains strong and will come out of today's elections even stronger. The chairmanship contest between the party chairman and the general secretary will not destroy the NDC. We are all too strong and too intelligent for that. Let those false political prophets from the opposing side who are predicting Armageddon after today's election be clear in their mind that today will rather mark a renaissance of the great Akatamansonians. Today will mark the beginning of our march towards rescuing Ghana from the wickedness, ineptitude, and catastrophic MPP government. This brings me to the last significance of today's Congress that I will want to talk about. There are many more, though Ghanaians are today looking for an alternative to the catastrophic government that we have. They are looking for political leaders who will place their concerns, anxiety, hopes, and aspiration at the center of government decision. They are looking for leaders who will not direct access and opportunities to their children, brothers, cousins, mamas, and clans, men, and damn all others. Indeed, Ghanaians are looking for a president who listens to them, a president who has no fear of reshuffling a palpably catastrophic group of ministers, a president who will not refuse to sack a disastrous finance minister, even when his own party says so. The only reason why Ken Ofori-Atta is still finance minister is that he is the president's cousin, and he financed the president's campaign to be president. Not because he has any competence to be finance minister. The verdict on this is out there for all of us to see. Even when his cousin is leading Ghana into untold hardship with his hopeless lack of capacity and capability, he still keeps him at post, and we are still all damned. Ghanaians are looking for leaders who can trust, leaders who can walk the talk, leaders with a heart who put the country first and all others second. The NDC must seize this opportunity and restore trust in the conduct of national politics. That is the time we are in today. Fellow Akatamansonians, through our actions and decisions, we must signal that the NDC is a party of choice for Ghanaians. The outcome of this Congress should assure our teaming supporters and the army of voters who are disappointed in the MPP government that with the NDC in the driving seat, Ghanaians can look up to the future with a lot more hope and optimism. Let us leave here with a clear message to Ghanaians that the NDC, is very responsive to the cry of the people. Why is that? Let us not forget the African proverb which says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Party unity in all this is non-negotiable. And that bears our team for this Congress, Uniting for Victory 2024. We need to be united even in the diversity in which we find ourselves. Of course, during elections like the one we will have today, one cannot expect homogeneity. Given the fact that the NDC is a massive party, we cannot all think alike and support the same person. That is just impossible. However, our differences and preferences should end in the declaration of the winners today. The battle we have is a political battle. As a political battle, it's not an internal battle. Those we are in real combat with are the MPP. That is our must-win battle. We shoot ourselves in the foot if we allow our internal elections to take a better part of us and forget that the target is not us. In the current situation which the country finds itself, we will be letting all Ghanaians down if we allow our internal sparks to go beyond today and affect our agenda for 2024 election. I believe I can count on you all to quickly regroup after today, irrespective of how the elections go for you. This is also because, as we have it, our African proverb says, a snake that you can see does not bite. We can see ourselves as NDC members, so we cannot and must not bite one another. I guess what the proverb forgot to add is that a mosquito that you can see can also not bite. Fellow party members, where there is love, there is no darkness. So our elder says, and how true a statement it is, we should focus on our collective good by extension of the good of Ghana. Party politics is relational, and so we should build and strengthen our internal rapprochement. We are made to handle under the great umbrella, for where we will extend succor and solace to Ghanaians everywhere, shielding them from the vagaries of the different types of weather, both current and emerging, and telling every Ghanaian that we are all one, whether you are from Kumasi, Chebi, Keta, or Wale Wale. In conclusion, my task here is a simple one. It is in line with what our forefathers say. If a man does not long a journey, no one says welcome home. He feels like he has no. Fellow delegates, we remain confident that those who are yet to arrive will also arrive safely. Thanks to the Almighty God, all our delegates, I'm told, have arrived safely. May you be blessed at the end of the Congress. May you also be blessed to others. Today is just like any other day. We will never happen again. Do not waste it. Our requests, sometimes tries and struggles are exactly what a group like. I wish to thank all of you for your contribution in diverse ways in making the NDC a very strong party, and we came to meet it after we took office in 2028. Once again, I have the singular honor and privilege to declare the 10th Congress of the National Democratic Congress being held in the Accra Sports Stadium here duly open. Thank you, and God bless us all.
Thank you very much, the National Chairman, for a long opening statement to Congress. Eyezu, we are Mizu, we are Miza, we are Mizuza. Thank you very much. Let me recognize in a very special way these 4 constituencies that made us proud. Yes, that's the general. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. That made us proud during the 2020 elections. These are constituencies we have been struggling to win, and we made it in 2020. So I want to recognize them at this all-important gathering. From Greater Accra, we have Okaikwe North. If you are here, we salute you for the wonders that you did. Tema East, where are you? We salute you for also making it in 2020. Then, Wenchi, you made it in a very stronghold of the opponent. You registered it and turned it green, and it's going to be maintained green come 2024. Then the last but not the least, but the most wonderful and interesting one is Upper Denchra West from the central region. You made it and nailed it and added it, turned it green. Thank you very much for these wonders that you did. I will proceed to do some introductions. Usually they will say, Openi Jwari na Isuasa. But I'm going to turn it. I will start with the Openi, because this Openi has done so much for our country. He's done so much for our party. If we are gathered here today, It is because we commenced a reorganization process from the branch levels through the constituencies, the regional level. We had a youth and women last week, Saturday, on the 10th of December in Cape Coast. And today, we are gathered here. The funding, listen to me, the funding and the mobilization of funds to organize all these levels of elections, including and not limited to your travel to this place, your accommodation, your feeding, had rested heavily on his shoulders. We have not broken those shoulders. Your Excellency, John Dramani Mahama deserve a wonderful and standing ovation from all of us for this wonderful support for the party. He deserves it. He deserves it. With a round of applause, let's welcome him. He's done so much for this party. Thank you very much.
Little technical hitch, and so the announcer will pause while the technicians try to fix the sound. This is Wezo TV Election Center, and this event is also live on TV XYZ, and you would notice from the pictures on the screen that the leadership of the NDC are seated. I saw the chairman of the Council of Elders. I've also seen the two main candidates, Chairman Samuel Ofosampofo and General Johnson Asiedu Nketia, flanking the former President John Dramani Mahama. From where I sit, I can see Dr. Louisa Hanabisu. In that shot, I also saw the chairman of the Council of Elders of the NDC, Alhaji Mahama Idrisu. It's been exciting. I'm with two guests who will be doing the conversation with me, and you'll be hearing their voices while we show you pictures on the screen. Now, Doc, we listened to the chairman. His message was very, very powerful. It touched on issues of concern to the larger public, because some of the seats are being keenly contested. There is this fear that if it is not properly managed, it could create problems for NDC's efforts to rally everybody for the victory they are looking for in 2024. He made reference to some key adjectives. He used the word being respectful, embracing everybody. He talked about one NDC, and it looks like the announcement is back. So I'll pause and we'll continue our conversation once we have space.
Excellency, as I was saying, this great support from you will not go in waste. Surely, after this 10th Delegate Congress of this party, we are moving right into victory come 2024. I continue the introductions. by introducing to you our 2020 running mate, a wonderful mother of ours, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman. I hear you always say Mamo Dende, Mamo Dende. Thank you very much. I move on to already introduce National Chairman Samuel Ofosu Ampofo. Next is the General Secretary of the party, General Mosquito Johnson Asiedu Inketia. Chobwe. Next is our Vice Chairman, Mr. Kofi Ato, National Vice Chairman. Madame Sheriaite is another National Vice Chairman of the party who I have spotted on the days. Madam, you're welcome and thank you so much. Then I have to introduce my own leader and boss. He was my boss as National Youth Organizer and now my leader in Parliament. Honorable Haruna Idrisu. Approved. Your introduction approved. Next to our leader is the minority leader, Honorable Deputy Minority Leader, Honorable James Kluche Aveji. We also have on the days our Chief Whip, who is more like our captain, the captain of the team, Honorable Muhammad Mubarak Muntaka. Thank you very much, Honorable Muntaka. Supporting His Excellency John Dramani Mahama are our regional chairmen who deserve to be mentioned. I'm going to mention them by their regions and you will acknowledge them as such. I'm starting with Northern Region. The Northern Regional Chairman, if you are here, raise your hand. Let's applaud you. The Northeast Chairman, he is also here. Northeast. Savannah Region Chairman is here with his team. We recognize you, Savannah Regional Chairman. Upper West Regional Chairman, Alhaji Bunas. Thank you so much. The Upper East Regional Chairman, Alhaji Bolnaba, thank you so much. The Bono Regional Chairman, thank you so much. Honorable Nyamiche Mafu. The Bono East Regional Chairman, let's recognize you. The Bono East, where are you? Recognize your chairman. The Ahafo Regional Chairman. Ahafo Regional Chairman. The Ashanti Regional Chairman. Nana Kwesi, where are you? We recognize you. Ashanti Regional Chairman. The Eastern Regional Chairman, Small Boy Danger. Mark Oliver Kevo. Where are you? We recognize you. The Western North Regional Chairman, Big Edu. Big Edu, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Big Edu. The Western Regional Chairman, Nana Toku, thank you so much. Thank you, Western Regional Chairman. Thank you. The Central Regional Chairman, Professor Asiedu, thank you so much, Central Regional Chairman. Thank you. Greater Accra Regional Chairman, Honorable Ni Ashimo, already introduced and who welcomed us. the Volta Regional Chairman, my big brother. Thank you so much, Volta Regional Chairman. We recognize you. Then, the Chairman of the Chairman Forum, the 8/8, the OT Regional Chairman, Chairman Japon Kujo. That is my chairman. Thank you so much, Chairman Japon Kujo, Chairman 8/8. Thank you. We recognize all of you, the delegates from the various constituencies. We thank you so much. The media, we thank you so much, especially Wezo TV and TV XYZ for having this program live and being covered into our various homes. Thank you so much. At this moment, I will invite MC2 to do the other introductions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kofi Adams. We move on to the introduction of our Council of Elders. Alhaji Mahama Idrisu is chairman of our Council of Elders. Let's welcome Alhaji. James Victor Beho is a member. Mrs. Anna Enin. Welcome. Margaret Clark Kwesi is also here with us this afternoon. Right Honorable Do Ajaho. Nana Atodaze. Kwame Prepra. John Ebu. Dan Agbodapi is also here with us. Mr. Kofi Totobi Kwache, can we see you? Thank you very much. Gilbert Idi. And that's it for our Council of Elders. I also like to take the opportunity to welcome Ambassador Sampilali. Henry Ametepe is former Volta Regional Chairman. Joseph Adekoka is former Greater Accra Regional Chairman. Joyce Bawa Muktari is special aide to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. We also like to welcome George Opare Ado. He is our National Youth Organizer. And Hannah Bisu is our National Women's Organizer. Colonel Larry Bevlolate is one of our elders and former National Security Coordinator. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Co-MC Obobia Dako. Thank you so much for the continuation of the introductions. Now we are moving to a very important part of this Congress also, and that is adoption of the standing orders and the steering committee of Congress, without which this Congress cannot proceed. I have the duty to announce the steering committee of Congress. My duty is to announce the membership and invite the chairman of the steering committee to announce the remaining committees of Congress. So I do so by mentioning names of the members of the steering committee. The chair of the steering committee is Honorable Kofi Ato. A vice chairman of the party, former deputy general secretary, former director of international relations, and former MP for Ho Central. He is the chair of the steering committee. The other members are Honorable Ales Segbefia, Honorable Kofi Totobi Kwachi, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Honorable Ni Jangman Van der Poy, Honorable Haji Aladi Ayi Ayamba, and Alhaji Bolnaba, the Upper East Regional Chairman. These are the members of the steering committee for the NDC's 10th Delegate Congress. I invite the chairman to proceed with the announcement of other committees and their adoption. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much, MC. The steering committee is a committee that will be in charge of the whole day's affairs here. But the steering committee works with other committees of Congress. What I will do now is to mention the committees of Congress that will be working with the steering committee and the membership. At the end of it, I'll move that we accept them as members of the Congress committees. So apart from the steering committee, we have the electoral committee. The members of the electoral committee are Alex Segbefia as chairperson, Daniel Amate, Honorable Bid Zidin, Ambassador Sampi Yale, Honorable Agnes Namumo, Honorable Kofi Adams, and Honorable Baba Jamal. These are members of the electoral committee. Then we have a welfare committee chaired by Mr. Harry Zakor, and other members are Alaji Alasan Gbangu, Felicia, Greater Accra Women's Organizer, Shirley Nana Ampim, Eastern Region Women's Organizer, Ben Kote, Kole Klote Chairman, Honorable Comfort Doyo, and Mr. Abu Nasir Sani. They are the members of the Welfare Committee. There are two more committees. We have the Standing Orders and Legal Committee. That is chaired by Council Abraham Amaliba. Other members are Mr. Chris Akume, Honorable Mrs. Marita Brew Apia, Mr. Victor Adaudu, Dr. Valerie Sawyer, and Ambassador Kojo Nyamiche Mafo. And the last committee of Congress is the Conflict Resolution Committee. These are made up of Alaji Wudu Yaya, Dr. as chairman, Alaji Wudu Yaya is the chairman, Dr. William Ahaji, Nana Toku, Western Region Chairman, Mr. Big Edu, Western North Regional Chairman, Madam Betty Mold Idisu, and Honorable Magnus Kofi Amwate. These are the committees and these are the membership of the committees. As many of you that agree that we shall adopt these committees as committees of the Congress, say aye. As many of you that don't want these committees to work at all today, say no. Okay, so the ayes have it. So I'll hand over to the MCs, and these are the committees that we'll be working with until the Congress is over. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the chairman of steering committee, for doing us this honors. A round of applause for Honorable Kofi Ato for the job he's just done. It's a very important part of Congress. We are moving on. And this time round is to invite our General Secretary. He has a report. He has a report to give to Congress. For the last 4 years, we met at the trade fair site. We elected the leadership. They've run a fair under his supervision. He is here to give you a report and add other things that will help us moving forward. I invite the General Secretary of the party, Honorable Johnson Asiedu Inketia, popularly called General Mosquito.
Hey! Hey! Your Excellency, former President John Dramani Mahama, comrades, to save time, let me stand by the earlier protocols established by my comrade and friend, the National Chairman. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the 10th National Delegates Congress. I wish to use this occasion to congratulate you all for your victory in the just ended constituency, regional, and national youth and women conferences. It is my hope that you will constitute a formidable team that will work seamlessly to enable the NDC recapture power from this inept, clueless, corrupt, and incompetent MPP government. As you are aware, the tenure of the current national executives of our party will end in a jiffy, as our 4-year term mandate is exhausted. Since the last Congress, however, many of our notable comrades of the party, among others, have passed on. Key amongst them is the founding father of this party, His Excellency, former President, Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings. Other departed party faithfuls include Comrade Ama Benyuado, Captain Kojo Chikata, Dr. Nyama Donko, Jifa Tivo, Professor Kwasiboche, and many others, which time will not permit me to mention individually. At the appropriate time, when the former president mounts the podium, he would entreat of you to observe some silence in commemoration of these gallant warriors. Notable events that have occurred during the period under report include the presidential and parliamentary primaries of our great party. We had very successful presidential and parliamentary primaries prior to the 2020 general elections. And for the first time in the history of our party, we had 7 stalwarts contesting the presidential primaries. The good news is that the party was robust and put in measures to ensure that the tensions that normally characterize presidential primaries, especially one with this large number of aspirants and their supporters, were reduced to the barest minimum. Fast forward to 2020. We had a general election that was historic by all accounts. Firstly, the 2 major political parties, the NDC and the MPP, split the seats in parliament down the middle, with 137 seats each, giving the country its first hung parliament. Secondly, and against all odds, the NDC annexed the speakership of parliament, a feat very rare in contemporary African politics. Thirdly, Ghana experienced the most bizarre elections since the inception of the Fourth Republic in 1993. In the 2020 general elections, the NDC faced a blatantly partisan and very hostile umpire, the Electoral Commission. As if that wasn't enough, we had a judiciary that through common sense, facts and logic and caution to the wind, and consequently denied the people of Ghana the opportunity to hold the chairperson of the Electoral Commission to account for her stewardship as the sole returning officer of the presidential elections. Fourthly, and not the least of all, Ghana witnessed the most violent elections, reminiscent of other violent elections in countries like Kenya, Egypt, Sudan, and elsewhere. Several lives were lost, with many more also maimed. But for the grace of God, the situation in the immediate aftermath of the 2020 elections could have degenerated into civil strife and dissension. To show to Ghanaians and the entire world the irregularities and infractions that came with the 2020 general elections, deliberately orchestrated by the Electoral Commission with the connivance of the New Patriotic Party, our party went to the Supreme Court to challenge the presidential results. We lost the case in the Judicial Court, but won in the Court of Public Opinion. The NDC, dissatisfied with the activities of the Electoral Commission, decided to boycott the IPAC meetings, which have been reduced to a mere rubber stamping of decisions that have been taken already by the Electoral Commission. The party subsequently proposed electoral reforms to the Electoral Commission, the discussion, adoption of which would form the basis of our return to the IPAC meetings. Unfortunately, the Electoral Commission treated these proposals with contempt and remained adamant and intransigent. Organizations including the National Peace Council and the diplomatic community have been holding talks with the EC to address the issues raised by NDC to enable its return to IPAC meetings. But so far, all of these efforts have fallen into the deaf ears of the Commission. In the belief that the 2020 elections were rigged and to prevent same from happening in subsequent elections, the party organized a series of retreats for regional and national executives as well as the minority caucus in Parliament, culminating in the retreat at the Serene Volta Hotel in the Volta region. The occasion, which was well attended, allowed each regional executive committee to give account of the elections they supervised in their respective regions. There were so many revelations and confirmation of issues that the party already knew of. These helped and will continue to help the party in its subsequent orientation and training programs for its executives at all levels of the party. Indeed, our outreach programs held in the various regions were partly as a result of feedback gathered from these retreats. As part of its reorganization program, the party organized outreach programs in the various regions, whose outcome largely helped in the drafting of guidelines for the party's reorganizational roadmap. Internal elections. In preparation towards the next general elections in 2024, the party organized largely successful elections at the various levels of our party. And I wish to report that for the first time in the history of this party, deployment of personnel from the national level and also from the top levels of regions were sent to branches to reorganize the very base of the NDC party, the branch level. Again, since this party has considered Ashanti and Eastern region as the difficult areas of the party in terms of our elections, we gave special attention to this reorganization in the two regions. We had to deploy officers from all over the country and national level to descend in Ashanti and Eastern region to the base of the party and help install the branches of the party, which will position us to win the next elections. Mr. Chairman, comrades, ladies and gentlemen, let me use this opportunity to commend our caucus in Parliament for a very laborious and tremendous work. Our caucus has so far acquitted itself creditably. Through its various press conferences and contributions in Parliament, our caucus has exposed and continues to expose the MPP's ineptitude, corruption, and mismanagement of the economy, which has led to our current hardship and predicament. Finally, comrades, I wish to take this opportunity to formally inform Congress that the NDC has chalked another great feat of global significance. As you are all aware, I have been a Vice President of Socialist International for the past 6 years. The Secretary General's position of the SI was due for re-election this year. The NDC presented a young, vibrant, motivated, and talented lawyer and party activist, Comrade Benedicta Lassie, as a candidate for the position. The party mounted a vigorous lobby and campaign for this young lady, which eventually landed her the position of the Secretary General of the Socialist International. This makes her the first African to occupy that prestigious position, the first female to occupy that prestigious position, and the youngest Secretary General of Socialist International in its over a century's existence. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put up a round of applause for Comrade Benedicta Lassie. In sum, the NDC has made a lot of progress over the last 4 years, and I am optimistic that we are poised to win the 2024 general elections. But we cannot win the 2024 general elections with a divided front. I would therefore plead with all party members, especially aspirants and their supporters, to make a conscious effort to shun all activities and conducts that have a potential to break our front, and to embrace the ingredients of peace, unity, solidarity, and stability. I thank you all for your attention, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana. Long live the National Democratic Congress, and long live Mother Ghana. Hey! 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 Thank you very much. Finally, let me say a word of farewell to you as I step down today as your General Secretary, having served in that position for the past 17 years. I want to thank all of you for your cooperation, and I want to thank everybody. Those I have offended, may the Lord touch your heart to forgive me. The credit I have made so far is shared and attributed to the foot soldiers of this country and this party. I thank you all, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
17 years of proud service to the National Democratic Congress. On this note, we say a very big thank you to the general of our political party, the General Secretary Johnson Esiedu Inketia. Thank you very much, sir. We are grateful to you. She was a former Eastern Regional Deputy Youth Organizer, former Deputy Director of Elections, Eastern Region, Chairperson of the Eastern Regional Legal Team, a member of the 2020 Manifesto Team. She is also a member of the Lab Governance, Energy and Youth Committee. Comrades, join me as we proudly welcome Benedicta Lassie. She is the newly elected Secretary General of the Socialist Forum, and we are so proud of her. She's the first African to take this position. And on this note, I bring her to the microphone to give us the solidarity message from the Socialist Forum. Benedicta Lassie, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Comrade Obobia. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Chairman, Your Excellency John Dramani Mahama, former President of the Republic of Ghana, the Council of Elders, members of the Diplomatic Corps, invited guests, delegates, all protocols observed. Comrades, on behalf of the entire Presidium, led by Pedro Sanchez, the Prime Minister of Spain and President of the Socialist International, I bring you fraternal greetings from the Socialist International. As Providence would have it, my first political event after my election as Secretary General of the Socialist International, the largest political party in the world, is to address my own party, the National Democratic Congress's National Congress, and I'm deeply honored by the warm welcome. Comrades, I want to use this opportunity to first of all thank the entire leadership of the party, members of the National Democratic Congress gathered here, and those joining us from across the country and abroad. From our branch executives, particularly the branch executives of my dear constituency, Lower Manya Krobo constituency in the Eastern region, regional and national executives, thank you for your comradeship over the years in ensuring an inclusive democracy in our dear country. Thank you, Your Excellency John Dramani Mahama, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Agyemang, Honorable Kofi Ato, Honorable Kofi Adams, the international relations team led by Honorable Alex Segbefia and Dr. Carl Ahin, who worked tirelessly to ensure this victory for the party, Ghana, and the entire continent. I finally want to show a special appreciation to the man without whom I wouldn't be here addressing you as the Secretary General of the Socialist International. He took it upon himself to personally engage many parties and leaders across the world, campaigning for me and the NDC and providing the necessary support to ensure our victory. Thank you, Honorable Johnson Asiedu Nketia. Indeed, as a political party, being a social democratic party, we must use this opportunity to evaluate our work as a party from time to time. We have come a long way as a party from the past few months, reorganizing our party from electing branch executives, constituency executives, and regional executives, and now converging to elect our national executives to lead our party to victory in 2024 elections. Comrades, as a member of a party and as members, with the aim of mobilizing support for political power, it is imperative that from time to time we re-examine our commitment and service to our dear country. We are at a crossroads in our development as a country. We cannot pretend that all is well with governance in this country. Ghanaians are increasingly losing hope in what was once a promising democracy, which enjoyed popular support from the people. We must prove to the people of Ghana that we hold in trust the confidence they have given us. From citizen mistrust of politicians and public servants to utter disregard for alternative views by ruling governments, from an ailing economy to the absence of critical safety nets that ensure that all Ghanaians enjoy some basic welfare benefits and quality of life. Comrades, the NDC, being the most progressive political party in Ghana, must rise to the occasion. We must offer the people of Ghana a new paradigm of leadership, one that is selfless, responsive, and above all, people-centered. We must do more to address the threat to our democracy and development and break the cycle of apathy. For we cannot afford to disappoint Ghanaians in the coming years. Indeed, the NDC has offered better leadership in this country over the years, and now more than ever, we must demonstrate that as a social democratic party, we are committed to our fundamental values of equitable development. Comrades, we must renew our commitment of accountability, good governance, and selfless leadership. Our commitment to shape a future that presents more opportunities to the less privileged. And a commitment as leaders of this great party to shape the future of politics in this country and to set out a transformative agenda for Ghana's development. I look forward to working with the incoming national leadership of our party to champion a new era of international cooperation with other progressive political parties in the world, particularly within the Socialist International, to drive this vision for our homeland, Ghana. I thank you all very much and wish us all a successful Congress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Comrade Benedicta Lassie. She is Secretary General to the Socialist International. Let's now welcome our diasporan representatives. All the chapters are invited here. There's a speech that will be read by Vivian Mame Abba. Vivian Mame Abba, representing all our diasporan chapters.
Chairman, Your Excellency, Delegate, all protocol observed. I bring you warm greetings and felicitations on behalf of our illustrious comrade from the external chapters of the NDC in the diaspora. Namely, here present at this conference are Germany, UK, South Africa, Cote d'Ivoire, Middle East, Italy, Holland, and Ivory Coast. The National Congress affords us the opportunity to converge and brainstorm on ways that can help our party to progress. This year's Congress is one of the much anticipated one in the history of our party, owing to the caliber of persons that are contesting for various positions and the deplorable state of the country, courtesy the incompetent, inept MPP administration. The chapters are therefore poised to mobilize sufficient resources and logistics to support the party back home for Victory 2024. The chapters are poised and ready for ROPA should the Electoral Commission decide to implement it for the 2024 elections. We know of the MPP diabolic plan and machinations to rig the 2024 elections with the implementation of ROPA as one of their hatched plans. The chapter can assure you all that we in the diaspora will do all that is necessary to rally the rank and file of our members in the diaspora to be vigilant and play an active role should ROPA be restored to by the sluggish and extremely unpopular MPP government. Your Excellency, our friends, brothers and sisters in the diaspora are all feeling the pain and suffering the teeming masses have been subjected to by the super incompetent and clueless MPP government. That is the more reason why the chapters are more eager to rally members to raise sufficient financial resources and human capital to support the campaign activities back home to drive the elephant back to the bush where they belong, whether they like it or not. Comrades, as we elect our national officers today to manage the affairs of our party for the next 4 years, we humbly urge all of you to elect officers that will sacrifice for the party to ensure that Victory 2024 is achieved. This is an internal elections. Let's remember that our biggest opponent is the MPP, not ourselves. Let's all work together to come out of this Congress stronger and united, regardless of who wins, for the enormous task ahead of us in 2024 is huge. Ghanaians across the globe are clamoring for change, and the NDC party offer the best alternative to the lazy, super incompetent, abysmal MPP administration. We should not allow our actions and inactions to fail and disappoint Ghanaians by ensuring that we do all we can to win the 2024 elections. Comrades, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, when we eschew internal wranglings, stay focused, united, and work together, we will win the 2024 election and support His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the incoming President of Ghana, come 2025 to build the Ghana we all want for ourselves and Ghana. Comrade, kindly permit me to use this opportunity to urge all the aspirants well. The destiny of this party and the country will be defined by the leaders we, the delegate here, choose today. It is our hope and expectation that our respected delegate, privileged to represent the entire party members, will use their good sense of judgment to choose the best leaders for our party. We have an important election to win come 2024, and we must not allow anything to stall our chances and fortunes. We thank you all for your attention. Thank you. God bless you all.
God bless you, Comrade Vivian Mame Abadazi, representing our Diasporan chapters. Next on the bill is a solidarity message from the New Patriotic Party.
Using that.
To mention that.
Thank you very much, the National Democratic Congress, the NDC. I would like to stand on existing protocols as established by this Congress from the beginning and bring you greetings from His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, the Vice President, and the entire leadership of the New Patriotic Party, led by Chairman Stephen Ayensu Ntim. I am here with Williams Yamua, the Director of Finance and Administration of the party. I'm also here with the Deputy National Youth Organizers of our party, Sandra Sakodie and Jay Hyde. Also here is Safia Muhammad, the Deputy National Women's Organizer of the New Patriotic Party, and also the Deputy National Organizer of the New Patriotic Party, Chris Lloyd. We want to begin by commending the National Democratic Congress for successfully organizing your internal elections from the base of the party, the ward, the branches, constituency to the regional. We commend you for this success that has been achieved. We also want to commend you for your youth and women conference that was organized at Cape Coast. We wish to remind you, some few issues came out from the Youth Congress, which we need to, as a party, solidarize with you and remind you that the country would need a peaceful coexistence, and we condemn the violence that ensued at the Cape Coast Conference. We do know that the leader and former president of the NDC, the former president of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, did reminded us that the party has a revolutionary route, and when it comes to violence, nobody can compete you. And we admit, but we remind you that we have the Vigilantism Act that we want you to go through. Mr. Chairman, we want to make an appeal to you. We have actually put together a document. We have heard that you have a school, a party school that you have established for the NDC. We have put together a document to establish a faculty of resource collation where we will take the NDC through how to collate resource and go to the Supreme Court without fear or favor. Mr. Chairman, we want to also stand on behalf of the people of Ghana to apologize to the Supreme Court and the people of Ghana for the NDC playing on the emotions of the people of Ghana, despite the fact that you went to the Supreme Court without a shred of evidence to prove your case as the winners of the election. Mr. Chairman, 2024 elections, I know you are here to elect leaders. You want to elect leaders that will steer the affairs to win 2024 elections. Mr. Chairman, Your Excellency, 2024 is a foregone conclusion. we would win the election with a wider margin that will confront the NDC not to make an attempt to even appear or even petition the Supreme Court. We wish you an event-free conference. We wish you everything that you will do here. We need a healthy NDC. We don't want to defeat a limping horse. At this juncture, we wish you well. May God bless our motherland, Ghana, and the NDC. Abochi has no CDs to come. So Abochi has no CDs to change for dollar. Dollar is hiding. And we assure the people of Ghana the economy will bounce back. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
I'm just wondering how the economy is going to bounce back. On this note, thank you very much, New Patriotic Party. Shall we welcome the CPP, Convention People's Party, CPP.
Thank you very much. I'm here with my national organizer, Moses Mambo Ambem. Your Excellency, Comrade John Dramani Mahama, Mrs. Jane Nana Opoku Ajiman, Chairman of Osu Ampofo, our own General Esiedu Inketia, General Mosquito. All other protocols observed. We bring greetings and felicitations from the Convention People's Party, its chairman and leadership. The National Democratic Congress was the first party to rule this country in the Fourth Republic. Now you have come of age, and today is your National Delegates Congress. It is clear and evident that in the political dispensation of this nation, you have matured. But you should always remember that no matter your role in the Fourth Republic and Ghana, the Convention People's Party will always be the mother of all political parties in Ghana, including the NDC. Indeed, even His Excellency, Comrade John Dramani Mahama, is our son. That's right. Today, as you embark on this journey of choosing officers to steer the affairs of your party, remember that Revo is good, to change thoughts and mindsets, to bring about the needed change and transformation for the good of this nation and mankind. But when Revo turns into a show of metal and fist cuffs, then it becomes woefully unacceptable. As a party, you should promise yourself that whatever happened at the Women and Youth Conference in the Central Region should never be allowed to happen again in your existence as a party. The CPP believes that such incidents are not good for the development of our democracy. The NDC should do well to plan and ensure that whatever they do is well tabled and documented for the benefit of prosperity. As a party, you touted your success in infrastructural development, but could not articulate to Ghanaians what exactly the length and breadth of these projects were. Some articulation of these projects to the people of Ghana would have been good. After all these projects were made for us. I do not agree with General Esiedu Nketia that you should not be in IPAC. You need to participate in the proceedings of IPAC. We miss you very much. You have to be there. You cannot sit on the fence and take decisions. It is time for us as a nation to have one common agenda and plan aimed at putting Ghana in the center of events, not parochial interests, aimed at looking at the needs of cronies and friends. In fact, this phenomenon is very common in our political system and must be expunged completely. We should, above all, see competence as a major panacea to our economic development. We as a people should resist the rule of the oppressor, which today is poverty, which today is corruption, which today is conflict of interest, which today is nepotism. With all our strength and with all our might, as enjoined by our national anthem. Ghana is bleeding. Ghana is hemorrhaging. We need to come together as a nation to salvage this country. This can only be done if Ghanaians consider to vote the CPP as the only option for economic transformation and growth, development. Indeed, the CPP holds the key to that effect. And indeed, we are a government in waiting. Sure. As you choose your leaders today, your national leaders to lead your party, do remember the whole world is watching to see what happens at this arena. Let the best man win. Let the victor be happy and jubilate towards a good cause. Let the vanquished lose gallantly. But above all, remember you are one people with a common purpose and a goal. Let victors ensure that they work closely with the vanquished to improve inclusiveness. This would cut the syndrome of winner takes all, which is always not good for party cohesion and comradeship. We wish you a fruitful and successful National Delegate Congress, and may God bless us all. Thank you.
Nanaya Jantwa is the General Secretary of the Convention People's Party. Let's now welcome PNC, the People's National Congress. The People's National Convention.
With us here are the national executives of the People's National Convention, and I am Mark Eusi Akon, the national youth organizer. On my left is Audu Ishak, the national communications director of the party. Behind me is Hidayah Ibrahim, the national women's organizer of the party. And on my right is Masinga. He is the Upper West regional organizer. Too sure. To the right. Too sure. To the right.
Honorable Chairman, Your Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, National Executives of the National Democratic Congress, the Honorable Minority Leader, and Honorable Members of Parliament, the Development Corps, Delegates, fellow sister party representatives, the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I bring you fraternal greetings from our leader, Honorable David Apasara, and National Chairman, Honorable Moses Daniba, and the entire leadership and membership of the People's National Convention. It is both an honor and a privilege to join you on this auspicious occasion of your National Delegates Congress. A very special feature in the calendar of the NDC. Today's event, as we are all aware, is intended to afford you the opportunity to elect the leadership of your party to better position yourselves as a leading and critical political player going into the very crucial elections of 2024. It is trite knowledge that pluralism is the bedrock of multi-party democracy and good governance. As such, we in the PNC cherish highly the relationship that exists between us as political parties with ideological similarities bordered on socialist orientation. The opportunity given us to be part of an occasion like this goes a long way to enhance political tolerance, which is very essential in building a united nation needed for the realization of our collective dream as one people with a common destiny. Yes. Comrades and friends, the economic hardships and the unbearable living conditions confronting the average Ghanaian today, occasioned by the mismanagement and incompetence of this underperforming and underwhelming government, has made it imperative for the opposition to fashion out ways and means of toppling the clueless and insensitive New Patriotic Party in 2024 as the surest way of offering some hope, reprieve, and relief to the suffering masses. The PNC will at all times stand on the side of the masses whenever the need be, as demonstrated in the critical years of election 2000 as well as election 2008. The 2024 elections would not be any different given the exigencies of our time. We are enjoined to call on the minority, led by the indefatigable Honorable Haruna Idrisu, to go the extra mile in holding the feet of government to the fire in keeping trust with the Ghanaian people. We are enjoined to call on the delegates of the National Democratic Congress to use this occasion to elect people with integrity, proven character, and competence to complement our collective resolve in ensuring that we offer the best possible alternative to the good people of Ghana, as what we witnessed today is nothing to write home about. We thank you for the opportunity, and we wish the National Democratic Congress the best of today's event. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Shall we welcome the PPP? PPP.
Yaka PPP. What's one kade? Ya son. PPP. Ya son. Another party papa. His Excellency, the former President of the Republic of Ghana, his running mate, Chairman of NDC and the executives, all protocols observed. I bring you greetings from the National Committee of the Progressive People's Party. We have come to wish you well on this day that you are electing your national executives. The PPP has started discussion in forming alliance with all like-minded Ghanaians to wrestle power in 2024 under the most difficult times that we are facing as a nation. The alliance will become the voice of the voiceless to work to create, to curb unemployment in the nation. We will stop singing the negative phrases of asking the youth to pull themselves up by the bootstrap when indeed the youth do not have a boot to wear, nor the strings to pull on. We have watched alarmingly as the minority in Parliament has asked for the finance minister to step aside and to go for a vote of censure. We have watched in astonishment that the majority have also asked their president to sack the finance minister. But we sit here today and nothing has happened. I am asking clergy, the Islamic community, all alternative parties, to help me in asking the finance minister to step down on moral grounds. He has failed this nation, and the fact that he is there, his company has benefited from loans to this nation, is something that is embarrassing to all of us as Ghanaians. It is embarrassing on the international community that the wanton borrowing has been a result because he, the finance minister, wants to benefit with the specific companies. He must step down on moral grounds. The PPP believes that after the finance minister steps down on moral grounds, the following decisions must be taken to build a better Ghana. We must stop borrowing. Number one, we must stop borrowing. Number two, do not start any new projects. Complete what has already been started. Suspend all non-essential projects like the National Theatre. In times of difficulty, this is not a priority project for this nation. Cut the executive cost by 60%. Reduce the number of ministers to 14 and the deputy ministers no more than 35. Cut down on the Jubilee House staff by 60%. Ban importation of non-essential goods, not just BOG refusal to provide forex. Reduce taxes to encourage domestic production. Restore indigenous financial institutions whose license were wrongly taken away. Evidence have shown that competitors were targeted and their businesses destroyed. But little did you know, little did you understand that the Ghanaians who were working, that you have sent home, you have not been able to provide any alternative employment for those Ghanaians. And you stand there with egg on your face. You have not been able to show any tangible reason why you did this, outside the fact that the finance minister, who is a referee, is also a player. And so he's asking us to cut 40% of our savings. Do you know who he's having the meetings with? He's having the meetings with management of Data Bank, because the director of SEC worked with him in Data Bank. So he is doing a personal management meeting in doing what he does to Ghana. Ghana has suffered for far too long. We wish the NDC well. By any chance, if the NDC gets to that Jubilee House before us, we ask them to consider what we have put here as the policy of the Progressive People's Party. Thank you very much. PPP, yes sir. PPP, yes sir. PPP, yes sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, PPP. The last on my list is GCPP. GCPP.
Chairman of Congress, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, I want to stand on existing protocols to bring you greetings from the great Consolidated Popular Party and the leader and chairman, Dr. Henry Herbert Lati. Today marks a very important period for you all as delegates of the great NDC. You owe all of us as Ghanaians a duty and an obligation to present a formidable alternative to rescue us from the current state of our economy that is facing unprecedented inconsistencies and hardships. And you cannot do that unless you integrate the principles of domestication propounded by the late Dan Lati. As politicians, we have created our own deadly phenomenon known as attack dogs and unleashed them onto our opponents. We need to tread cautiously as these attack dogs turn around to bite us hard during our internal campaigns and create deep cracks that sometimes are unrepairable. To delegates and aspirants, I say, burn walls and not bridges. As you go into these elections, you are now coaches, and you need to select the players that are worthy enough to face your opponents. Think about this. We have a country to save and a people to govern. Politics is about exchange of ideas and not insults. We need to understand that we have our value system and culture as a people, which we need to guard jealously. As I prepare to launch my operation, Insult is on Ghanaian. I want you all to join me to end the era of political antagonism and chart a new path of debating on issues and exhibiting decorous in our public discourse. For the younger ones are watching and learning from all of us. We the GCPP wish you well. And I say, know that at this time you need a strategist. At this time you need a vision leader who knows and understands the issues that will confront us in 2024. Long live the NDC, long live GCPP, long live our mother Ghana, and make her great and strong. We wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, GCPP. I've just been told that APC has joined us. APC.
Chobai!
I am Mordecai Chombeano, the General Secretary of the All People's Congress. With me here is our National Women's Organizer in the person of Bleach Sosu, the Deputy National Communication Officer, Donald Jemasi, and our National Coordinator, Abdul Rauf. Mr. Chairman, Your Excellency, former President John Dramani Mahama, Minority Leader Honorable Haruna Idrisu, members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of Parliament, candidates, delegates, invited guests, the media, ladies and gentlemen. We bring you greetings from our founder and leader, Dr. Hassan Ayarga, and the entire membership of the All People's Congress, APC. Today marks yet another important day in the history of the National Democratic Congress, NDC, and we are here to wish you well. Ladies and gentlemen, the ability of the National Democratic Congress, NDC, to either make or break in the 2024 election depends on the decision of delegates today and how well the party can resolve its eternal wrangles to become united, resolute in preparation towards the 2024 general elections. Ladies and gentlemen, the current economic situation and the suffering of Ghanaians is unbearable. Indeed, our nation is in crisis. I repeat again, indeed, our nation is in crisis. Economic conditions are worsening every day due to bad leadership. We have all seen the huge wastage of government resources, the unprecedented corruption and mismanagement. We have recorded the highest inflation in our history and a huge debt stock. Now we are at the IMF seeking for a bailout. Ladies and gentlemen, the appreciation of the cedi is meaningless unless it is linked with a total reduction on the prices of goods and services, foodstuffs, and transport fares. Ladies and gentlemen, as you prepare to elect your leadership today, we urge all delegates to vote for people with more brains than more money. Vote for leaders based on merits and track records, devoid of tribal, personal, and religious sentiments. We hope you make the right decision to face the All People's Congress APC in the 2024 general elections. That notwithstanding, the All People's Congress APC is coming with a full political arsenal to win power in the 2024 general election. We wish every candidate today the best of luck. Merry Christmas to everyone. Long live Ghana. God bless our homeland Ghana. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. We bring solidarity messages from political parties to an end. At this moment, the leader of the proud 137 that you got for us to champion the cause of this country is here to speak to you. I invite the minority leader, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, together with the minority chief whip and deputy minority leader. Thank you.
I need my phone. This is perfect. Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, even as we subject the party to a competitive democratic process, I still believe irrebutably that he remains a presumptive nominee to lead the party into the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. The national chairman of our party, national chair of our Council of Elders, the General Secretary, very respected members of our Council of Elders, very distinguished delegates of the National Democratic Congress. How gratifying it is this afternoon to address you on behalf of the NDC Parliamentary Minority Group, the gallant 137 members of Parliament who are doing their utmost best to position the NDC as a credible, worthy alternative government. I bring to you warm felicitations from the entire caucus, which is united to work around the leadership of our party to save this country, to save our economy from President Nana Addo Dankwa's misrule and misgovernance. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in every civilized democracy, there is what we call the essential ingredients of the democratic process. One of it is that there is freedom of expression, freedom of speech, built on the foundations of what is referred to as an independent electoral commission. One of the requirements again is an independent media that regulates and reports the affairs of state. Ladies and gentlemen, as I address you, we should be mindful that the decisions we take as a party, in particular the election of our national officers, have implications for our party's future. We will be committing the most unpardonable political sin if we fail to unseat the new patriotic party come December 2024 to end the misery that they have subjected us to. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to limit myself to attempts by the new patriotic party government in cohort with the Electoral Commission of Ghana to deny Ghanaian citizens legitimate guaranteed constitutional right under Article 42 of our Constitution, which guarantees the right of every citizen of 18 years and above to be on the electoral roll and to be registered as a voter. Is it not significant that since the inception of multi-party democracy under the Fourth Republic, the Electoral Commission of Ghana under Jean Mensa has failed to operationalize Article 42 of the 1992 Constitution by way of periodic annual voters registers exercise? Since 2020, Ghanaians who have attained the age of 18 into 2021, 2022, and probably even to the early years of 2023 have not been given the opportunity to be registered as voters. We simply in the NDC cannot understand this, and we have a duty to defend the constitutional ideals, and in particular Article 42 of our Constitution. Is it also not instructive that they are masquerading to deny us of a deserved victory in the 2024 elections when we are told that they want to use the Ghana card as basis for electoral register? First of all, we know that the Electoral Commission of Ghana under Article 45, 46, 47 of the Constitution is not subject to the direction of any person, control, or organization, but at least the National Identification Authority is not such independent. The current voter register has a population of 17 million Ghanaian people. The total registered persons under the National Identification Authority is 16.7 million. Let someone reconcile this for me when you say you want to use the national ID card for basis of an electoral register where there is discrepancy between what is on your electoral roll as registered by the Electoral Commission of Ghana, distinct and different from what is on the national ID card roll. Significant for me to add that, for instance, in Ashanti region, out of 3.5 million, only 3.2 cards have been issued, representing 91.4%. In the Ahafo region, out of 675,198 cards issued, 271, representing 40.2%. In the Northern region, out of 1.3 million, only 840,000 cards have been issued, representing 64.46%. In the Central region, you have 1.8 million against 1.5. Ladies and gentlemen, as we address this Congress, President Nana Addo Dankwa has not only failed by creating an economic mess, he has also gone ahead to create what you call a foreign policy crisis for our country. Those of you who listen to President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, former foreign minister of our republic, former attorney general, he simply failed momentarily to have impulse control and to ensure balance between foreign policy and the security of our state when he openly condemned Burkina Faso and mentioned the Wagner Group of Russia. I have information that our ranking member of Foreign Affairs and our members on the Foreign Affairs Committee will ask for detailed briefing to Parliament on this reckless, irresponsible, and unprofessional statement by the President of our Republic. If he cannot provide us with food, he should not let them bring guns on us as a country. And as I said, the NDC, we need to work together, we need to work together, and we need to redeem this country. The state of our country is simply one. As many of you have witnessed, Excellency John Dramani Mahama in 2016 to 2017 left a debt of 170 billion. Now increased 120 billion Ghana cedis. January 2017, it was reported by President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as colossal. Today, our public debt is in the region of over 450 billion Ghana cedis. That has occasioned what he denied when he said there will be no haircut, and we are now hearing a debt exchange program. So to the new patriotic party persons who just appeared before Congress to solidarize with us, your joy and celebration over the appreciation of the city may be short-lived. So don't over-celebrate. Inflation is still at 50%. Cost of living is still high. Cost of goods and services is still high. You are not able to determine even public sector wages. And now the minimum wage is 14.8 cedis, and a loaf of bread is 25 Ghana cedis. This can only happen under the non-performing party headed by President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. What the NDC needs to do is to work together. We expect delegates to conduct themselves well and elect national officers that will partner our flag bearer, who eventually may be elected in March, to cruise the party to victory. The youth and women wing of our party remains the wing of that Falcon aircraft that will fly the party to victory. I therefore urge our youth and women's wing to demonstrate discipline, mutual respect for each other, and fly the party to victory with the national executives to be elected today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I need not take credit, but to say that at least we increase together working with all of you and the national executives of our party, we increase the number of elected MPs of the party from 106 to 137 of a hung parliament. A hung parliament that we are doing our utmost best to ensure that at least going into the future, my major concern and worry, and Congress must begin finding answers to it, the NDC must begin finding answers to it. What kind of economy is John Dramani Mahama likely to inherit in 2025? What kind of governance are we to provide? The Ghanaian people expect nothing but meaningful governance that respects their security and safety, and governance that shares the opportunities of our country. But at least we are certain that Excellency John Dramani Mahama will not run a nepotistic government. We are now being told that President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, his war against corruption is in tatters. Even the special prosecutor he appointed has not been paid for 16 months. And he himself have gone on to do appointments that offense Section 21 of the Special Prosecutor Act and Article 195 of the Constitution. Charity, they say, begins at home. We expect all of them to demonstrate fidelity to the law and fidelity to the Constitution of Ghana. Let me, on behalf of the NDC caucus and on my own personal behalf, wish the 10th National Delegates Congress every success and wish you all travel messages back. God bless us all and thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minority Leader, the Honorable Thank you very much. Haruna Idrisu is the Minority Leader. He came here with his leaders and he leads the gallant 137 members of Parliament. Now moving on to the Council of Elders. Let's welcome the Chairman of our Council of Elders, Alhaji Mahama Idrisu.
NDC. Respond. NDC. NDC.
Choboy. 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 NDC. NDC. NDC.
The chairman of this 10th Ordinary Delegates Congress of our dear party, the National Democratic Congress, the former president and flag bearer of the 2020 general election, the running mate for the 2020 general elections, members of the diplomatic corps, delegates of this Congress, representatives of fraternal parties, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to welcome all to this August assembly of the party to take stock and take very important decisions for the party for the next 4 years of the life of the party. The last 4 years have been very challenging, but the party has managed to pull through. The positive lessons learned from those challenges to be brought to bear on the decisions that we as delegates shall take at this Congress. At this Congress, we should elect people based on the ideals and values of the party. We should choose people who will strive for unity of the party, and people who will sacrifice for the party. Let's choose people who will respect the constitution of the party and people who will believe in probity and accountability. Above all, who we choose to put the party above their individual interests. Let us put aside any controversies that are likely to degenerate into unnecessary conflicts, so at the end of this Congress, the party will come out stronger and more united to assume reins of government come 2024. NDC, unity, stability, and development. I wish you all a successful Congress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alhaji Mahama Idrisu, the chairman of Council of Elders of the Great National Democratic Congress. Your speech was straight and direct and is matching us to prepare for power. As we continue with the program, the administrative history of NDC Choboy. Choboy. Bye. So I was informing you the administrative history of NDC has been compiled and is in a huge book form. For the 20 years of 1992 to 2012, anything and everything about the party is in there. It was selling at 1,000 Ghana cedi per copy, but courtesy this Congress is been reduced to 700 Ghana cedi per copy, so that as many of you as possible will return home with a copy, so you can have the history of this party in handy. You will know that in 1992 we were in Cape Coast to have our first Delegates Congress. In 1994 we were in Kumasi in the Ashanti region for the second. In 1996 we went to Sunyani in the then Brongahafo region for the third. In 1998 we were in Sekandi Takrade for the fourth. We continued to Volta region for a special conference that was not an ordinary delegate congress. In 2002, we met at the trade fair in Greater Accra. Then in 2005, we were at Eridek Hotel in the Eastern region. In 2010, we went to Tamale in the then Northern region. Then in 2014, we went back to Kumasi in the Ashanti region to have another Congress. 2018 brought us to Trade Fair Fantasy Dome in Accra. And then this time around, we have assembled again in Greater Accra to have our Congress at the Accra Sports Stadium. At this point, at this moment, we have reached the peak of the speeches. I have the honor of inviting I'm told a little amendment to our program, and that a group that has done so well has applied for affiliation. The affiliation has gone through the various stages. It's left with the final stage that this Congress will have to adopt. We have the Director of Legal in the person of Lawyer Abraham Amaliba to lead that process of having this group properly accepted by the party. I invite Lawyer Amaliba, Director Legal of the National Democratic Congress, to do us that honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Kofi. I move the motion for the adoption of the resolution for the affiliation of Professional Forum of the NDC, otherwise called Pro Forum. The National Executive Committee, NEC, having received an application for affiliation by NDC Professionals Forum, and having on the 19th of September 2022 issued a provisional affiliation approval, do hereby recommend by resolution for the consideration that Pro Forum be fully affiliated to the NDC on the following terms. 1. Pro Forum shall pay annual subscription fee to be determined by NEC. And 2. Pro Forum shall be entitled to select and present 10 of its members as delegates to the National Delegates Congress. This will be seconded. Is
As the chairman of the steering committee of Congress, I stand here to second the motion ably moved by Comrade Abraham Amaliba. And in doing so, I wish to make a few comments about Pro Forum. Indeed, the Pro Forum is a body which was established after the 2016 general elections and part of the outcome of the Dr. or Professor Kwesi Boatwell report, which recommended that the NDC needed certain professional bodies to support it. As a result of which, the Pro Forum started preparing itself as a body which will be affiliated to the NDC. Even before the formal affiliation, the Pro Forum has proved itself very, very useful to the NDC by supporting the NDC in various ways. Indeed, the philosophy of the Pro Forum, its aims and objectives are very similar and acceptable to the NDC. And so we have no problem in accepting the affiliation of Pro Forum. The NDC has no difficulty in accepting the affiliation of the Pro Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, I therefore wish to recommend your endorsement of this particular motion. On the basis of that, I second this motion. Thank you very much.
The question will be put. The motion to accept Pro Forum as an affiliated body has been moved and has been seconded. Now I'll put the question. As many people as want Pro Forum to be included in our program, affiliated to us, say aye. Aye. As many as don't want Pro Forum to be affiliated, say no. Ladies and gentlemen, the ayes have it. So Pro Forum is now an affiliated group to the NDC. Thank you very much.
So I'll call on the leadership of Pro Forum to approach the days. I also want to invite Alhaji Mahama Idrisu, the chairperson of the Council of Elders, to approach the days and present to Pro Forum the certificate of affiliation. So we have Alhaji Mahama Idrisu here. Alhaji Mahama Idrisu will do us the honors. Will do us the honors by presenting to the leadership of Pro Forum a certificate of affiliation. Yes, thank you, Alhaji. Thank you. So that's the certificate. We all see it. Pro Forum is now an affiliate of the NDC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Comrade Abraham Amaliba, for performing this very important function. So henceforth, Pro Forum has become part and parcel of the NDC, right from the very top to the bottom base of the party. Please listen to this announcement. All those persons occupying the red seats are asked by the security to come down and take the yellow seats. You are not to sit up there. You are considered a security risk to those sitting down. You are therefore to move down. If you are up, please start moving and get to the yellow seats. Nobody is expected to sit on the red seats here, especially those to my left, those directly in front of me, and any behind me. You are not supposed to occupy any of the red seats, apart from those that we have at the VIP stand. The rest of the red seats are not to be occupied. I also take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of Canada chapter that is represented at this 10th Delegate Congress of NDC. Canada, you are welcome. Thank you so much. I recognize the presence of a number of diplomats representing their various countries at this Congress. I cannot mention you individually, but we recognize your presence and we thank you so much for coming and having confidence in us. I therefore now continue to invite the apex, the final, the ultimate address to Congress. The address that will open the way for us to move into the next phase of Congress. The address that will open the way to lead us into election offices that will lead the party to victory in 2024. I have the privilege, the honor that you have given me as members of this great party to invite our great leader, some of you, your great dad and son, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. With a round of applause, let's welcome him. Let's make the noise as he comes, as we enjoy the music. Let's make the noise. Let's make the noise. Let's make the noise. As we welcome him, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Thank you. Ezu, hey. Thank you very much, all of you. Chairman of the Council of Elders of our great party, members of the Council of Elders, National Executive Committee members, our running mate for the 2020 election, leader of the NDC group in Parliament, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, and your members of Parliament, our national chairman, our general secretary, fellow colleagues from sister parties, members of the NDC Diaspora who have paid airfares to be here with us. I appreciate you, and delegates. I wish to warmly welcome all of you to this 10th Congress of the National Democratic Congress. Let me begin by expressing my appreciation to our sister parties for the fraternal messages that they brought. I think the messages were well thought through, and I consider them to be the keynote addresses of this Congress. Thank you very much, members of our sister parties. I start this speech with one quotation from the Bible, and that's Romans 8:31. And it says, if God be for us, who can be against us? And then another quote from a very famous hymn, Begone Unbelief, and that is the end of the first stanza, which says, with Christ in the vessel, I smile at the storm. Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all too soon, 4 years have elapsed since we last gathered to elect leaders to various national executive positions of the party. With that mandate having expired and as required by our constitution, we have gathered here once again at the Accra Sports Stadium to elect another crop of leaders into office to manage the affairs of this party for the next 4 years. Today's election represents the final piece that will complete the party's management and administrative structure, and it comes after an elaborate and comprehensive restructuring and reorganization exercise spanning the last 2 years. In that period, we have democratically elected over 300,000 branch executives, over 7,000 constituency executives, and 300 regional executives. Exactly a week ago today, the National Youth and Women's elections were held successfully in Cape Coast, and I wish to use this opportunity to congratulate all who took part in that exercise. To those who won the elections, I say well done. And to those who could not realize their objectives of occupying national executive positions, I congratulate you nonetheless, for it takes real courage to step up to the plate and offer yourself for leadership in any organization. You live to fight another day. I note that in the period preceding those elections and its immediate aftermath, a series of regrettable exchanges ensued which threatened to detract from the larger objective of consolidating our front and preparing for the greater task of wresting the leadership of this country from this bungling and inept NPP government. I have, in conjunction with various elders of the party, moved to resolve the differences that gave rise to these exchanges, and I'm gratified to see that calm and normalcy has gradually returned to the youth front of our party. I'll reiterate the counsel I gave to those involved in these exchanges that victory or defeat in internal contests should not provide the basis for feuds, as they serve no purpose than advancing the interests of our opponents. The NDC possesses adequate organizational capacity and acumen to resolve internal disputes. Hence, it should be possible to iron out our differences of any sort emanating from any form of contest without waging a war of attrition against each other. I've observed, though to a much lower extent, similar sharp rhetoric and exchanges in some of the contestations leading up to today's election. And I want to urge an appeal for restraint and demonstration of maturity, which we have exhibited many times over, even as we go through today's important exercise. I expect that the period during and after these elections would be peaceful and cordial, and that we can immediately set about the task of preparing the party to our next power from the MPP to offer sound and proper governance for this country. This party brims with the democratic spirit, and we have withstood many intense and highly competitive elections, and we have emerged unscathed. Perhaps the most memorable of these elections, internal elections, was the 2011 presidential primaries, which was famously dubbed the Fonka Games. While speaking at that primary in Sunjani, at the time I was the Vice President of the Republic, I had chosen to tell our teaming party supporters a legendary folk tale of the three birds, Tika, Taka, and Gangale, who through cooperation and unity gained prominence and fame in their community through their harmonious rendition of melodious tunes. With their 3 different voices rising in unison, they wowed their audiences with their superlative performances. No sooner had they achieved fame than arrogance, pride, and envy caused them to go their separate ways. Now their combined voices, which once rose in those melodious tunes, gave way to solitary, jangling, and discordant sounds, which drew them scorn and opprobrium from the same crowd that had doted on them previously. They soon fell from their lofty perch as the most admired group in their community. The gravamen of that tale I told over a decade ago is that in unity lies strength. And this still rings eternal, and it appropriately captures the danger of allowing ourselves to be torn apart by avoidable conflict and disunity. Individual aspirations and interests must be subsumed under the larger interest of the NDC and our dear country Ghana, which is in dire need of rescue from the hopelessness and the dark abyss that we have been thrown into by this government. What is taking place today is not just an election to determine who occupies what position in the top echelons of the NDC. What we're doing here today would amount to a declaration of intent by us to lead the broad masses of Ghanaians in one big push to dislodge this government, which has been abject and dismal in the governance of this country at the next polls in 2024. This is an absolute national imperative, and we cannot fail at it. At this point, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to appreciate the hundreds of thousands of friends, supporters, and members who responded to my call to support our fundraising for this 10th National Delegates Congress. Even though our call for support came rather late, I'm happy to announce to you that through small mobile money payments of 10 Ghana cedis each, donations and deposits into our National Congress account, we received a total of 1,083,000 cedis in 12 days. This is a demonstration of the love Ghanaians generally and members of the NDC have for our party and the worthy cause we are embarked on. I also wish to express my appreciation through this medium to other donors who wish to remain anonymous, but who helped us to make up the shortfall in our budget for this Congress. We also received material donations, including bags, thousands of bags of water, rice, event logistics, and other non-monetary gifts to support the Congress. To all such donors, I stand on behalf of the party and say to you, Ayiko, thank you. I want to use this opportunity to demonstrate to all that there's a fundamental responsibility on our part, especially as executives and party supporters, to help finance the party. We cannot leave party financing on the shoulders of just a few people. To buttress this point, I wish to pay tribute and salute our chairman of Trifu Ati Mokwa constituency in the Central Region, Mr. Hakim Adai, who I noticed while going through the list of people who donated to this Congress. Mr. Hakim Adai, chairman of Atimokwa Central Region, made a cash donation of 10,000 Ghana cedis through his local GCB branch to our Congress account. Mr. Hakim Adai, I salute you. Thank you very much. And I wish to personally meet you, to shake hands with you after this opening ceremony. So look out for me. Ladies and gentlemen, the good people of Ghana have suffered 6 years of appalling misrule, corruption, waste, arrogance, nepotism,
and abuse of office, human rights violations, and economic mismanagement never before seen in our history. Pain and anguish have swept through the land and left in their wake a people buffeted on all fronts who need all the inspiration and hope we can master. 6 years of reckless and irresponsible mismanagement of the economy has rendered our people broken and struggling to survive from one day to the next. The Akufo-Addo and Bawumia government have supervised the worst economic conditions in several decades and brought upon us hardship that an entire generation of our population has never witnessed before in all our existence. The life savings of Ghanaians, their business capital, their pensions, and the very survival of our commercial banks and insurance companies are threatened by the first debt restructuring ever undertaken by our country. And this is because of the reckless borrowing of the finance minister and the economic management team led by His Excellency the Vice President. 0% in 2023, a measly 5% and 10% interest will be paid in 2024 and 2025, respectively, with minimal installments of principals due for payment to be made over a 5 to 15-year period. Meanwhile, several individuals and pensioners cannot guarantee that they will be alive by 2037 to see the final 41% maturity of their principal. Our dear country Ghana, that has been a poster boy of democracy, good governance, and economic progress, stands on the brink of bankruptcy and economic ruin. Yet, we have a president who enjoys spouting the rhetoric of self-respect and restraint from begging Western nations for support. And yet he has spent the last several weeks on the telephone with Western leaders, asking them to beg the IMF to grant Ghana the recently announced staff-level agreement for an extended credit facility. Our dear nation has never been so put to shame and come close to being a beggar nation as we are today. And yet, this is the same person who only yesterday said, Ghana enye ohiamai, yet isikaso ekom die. This NPP government has done the worst to erode the belief of Ghanaians in our democracy. Many Ghanaians see their situation as hopeless and are willing to take the hazards of dying in the Mediterranean Sea or electrocution on a high-tension transmission line in Kaswa. But countrymen and women, let us not despair. They say the darkest hour is before the dawn. And they also say, in every adversity, we find opportunity. And Bob Marley also says, when one door is closed, another is open. Ghana shall rise to a new dawn. Part of the process of turning the fortunes of our dear nation around are what is taking place today at this Congress. Ghanaians are looking up to us not to become the next government by default as a result of the failure of this administration. Ghanaians are looking up to us to be the choice because we're a better alternative. We must not win by default of the lapses of this administration, but we must win because we are the better alternative to govern this country. And I've heard many people say that when we win power, we must do exactly as the MPP are doing. But I dare say, there's no use fighting for political power if we're going to commit the same mistakes and abuses the MPP has inflicted on Ghanaians. The NDC must be the government of infrastructure. The NDC must be the government that protects human rights. The NDC must be the government of economic prosperity and growth.
The NDC must be the government of modesty and humility. The NDC must be the government that fights corruption and dissipation of public funds. The NDC must be the government of prudence and accountability. Our work is therefore cut out for us in the days, weeks, and months immediately following this National Congress. And therefore, we can ill afford to spend any time on unhelpful internal bickering. Let us get off our marks immediately and convince Ghanaians that in addition to our superior record in governing to that of the MPP, that we are ready to be the alternative government come 2025. The first step towards doing that is by proving that we can manage our own internal affairs and hold ourselves to an acceptable standard of behavior. And that is why I wish to reiterate my call on all of us here to be mindful of our actions and play our roles at this Congress peacefully, so that we may leave here a more united and stronger force, capable of leading the efforts to save Ghana from certain collapse under this MPP administration. I wish also at this juncture to repeat my position of neutrality in the various contests. Let me say again that I do not have any preferred candidate for any position. And I urge all delegates to vote based on your own appreciation of the messages of aspirants and their conviction about their capacity to work in the larger interest of the party. I stand ready to work with all those you elect to lead our great party and to contribute my quota to our objectives, which primarily revolve around saving this country and building the Ghana we want. We've gone through and passed this test many times, and I trust that we'll pass it again with flying colors this time too. Let me finally wish all aspirants the very best of luck as you go into this contest. All of you are winners in your own rights, and the courage you have demonstrated by offering yourselves in service to NDC and by extension Ghana is worth commending. As with the very nature of contest, there will be winners and there will be those who are unsuccessful in their attempt. I urge the winners to be gracious and conciliatory, and I also encourage those who do not make it to take it in their stride and remember that there's more than enough room for everyone to contribute towards the success of the NDC. Whether or not you hold elected office in the NDC, there will always be a role for you to play in the scheme of things. And finally, before I take my seat, I wish to thank the Electoral Commission for coming to supervise this election in this Congress. I wish to thank the Ghana Police Service for providing security for this Congress. And I wish to thank the media who are giving us live coverage for all that you're doing for us. May God bless you, and I wish everyone a successful Congress. Thank you very much. But now, before we finish this session, when we go on break, we're coming back for the elections. But before we go, I wish to mention the names of some of our fallen comrades, after which we shall observe a 1-minute silence for them. And the first on the list is His Excellency J. John Rawlings, the founding father of the NDC. The late John Evans Atamils, former President of the Republic of Ghana. His Excellency Kwesi Emisa Atta, my Vice President. Captain Kojo Chikata, Justice D.F. Annan, Mr. P.V. Obeng, Mr. Nathan Kwao, Professor Kofi Awono, our former Chairman, Dr. Kwabena J., our former Chairman, A.A. Munufie, and Alhaji Isifu Ali,
Mr. J.H. Ousoi Champong, former majority leader, Mr. Farouk Brahma, Alaji Kojo Mama Adams, Mr. Fred Ohenekina, Ambassador D.S. Boating, Dr. Mary Grant, Dr. Atukwashi, Victor Salome, Dr. Kaiko, Albert Bosumche Sam, Ama Beniwado, Difa Ativo, Samuel Nyama Donko, Jijote, Hajia Jibodi, Lionel Mobila, Oscar Meyedowo, Harry Sawyer, Charlie P, Alaji Mobila, former Northern Regional Chairman. And only yesterday, I hear we lost A.U. Farouk of Tamale, a very outspoken supporter of the NDC. And of course, we also remember the 8 compatriots of us, Ghanaians, who were murdered in cold blood during the last elections of the year 2020. May God grant all of them, and the many others that I have forgotten to mention, may God grant them peaceful repose. And at this juncture, I ask all of you to rise wherever you are. Rise wherever you are. It also includes Professor Kosiboche, who we lost only recently, Professor Kosiboche. And so I ask you to rise wherever you are, and let's observe a minute's silence for them. Please, no vuvuzelas. Please silence, 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 silence. May the souls of the faithfully departed rest in peace. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for such a deep message delivered. Is to charge us and march us on to victory. Chobai! Chobai! Uya mizu! Uya miza! Uya mizuza! Uya mizazu! At this point, I invite my co-MC, Honorable Obobia Dako, to come and acknowledge some media houses. Thank you.
We are grateful to the media for joining us for today's event. As we come to the end of the very first part of today's event, we would like to acknowledge the presence of multimedia. Thank you very much. Despite media, Class Media, City FM and City TV, Radio Gold, Ahoto FM, Power FM, Kofi TV, Sumpa Media, Atinka Media, Angel Media, and all radio stations across the country. Forgive us if your name hasn't been mentioned, but we acknowledge your presence and we really appreciate whatever it is that you have put out today. We also like to show appreciation to Silicon House Productions. Thank you very much. TV XYZ, and to the Wezo TV group. You guys are fantastic. What would we have done without you? We are live across the country and live around the world. Thank you very much, Wezo TV and the Event PR Company. On this note, Honorable Kofi Adams, we sign off for the first part as we take a short break.
Thank you so much. We are signing off. We are taking a break for 45 minutes. When we return, it is voting time, and we are not going to wait for you. If you are not here, we will start voting, and you know about that. If you don't come, your vote will not count. We want everybody's vote to count. So 4:20 p.m. we are back here to commence voting. Mobile phones will not be allowed in the voting area. You will not enter the booth with your phone. If you dare, your phone will be seized. And when it is seized, you may not have it back. So don't enter the voting arena with your phone when we return. Find somewhere for your phone. Thank you very much, and God bless us. Part 1 is over. Thank you.
The first part of the program has just ended, and we've heard the various speeches. The former President John Dramani Mahama just ended with all the assurances and the pledge to lead a country that will see us as one people with the common objective of helping us to improve on our lives. In his presentation, we also get the impression that the NDC has become more attractive today, because within 12 days, the 10 pesos, the 20 pesos that people donated, he was able to raise over 1 million cedis, which gives hope that Ghanaians have the confidence in the NDC to lead Ghana and to govern this country from 2024. In the presentation by the former president, I see a well captured phrase that rallies with the theme, which is about bringing the party members together and people who sympathize with the NDC because of their trust in the NDC and Ghana's hope, where he talks about the fact that many people have been yearning for an NDC which will pay NPP back for all the bad things people have experienced under the leadership of President Nana Akufo-Addo. But former President Mahama says the issue about vengeance is not the objective of the NDC as it seeks for power. It will be a government whose interest will be to improve the lives of the people through the expansion of the infrastructure base of this country. He talks about a government which will look at the human rights of people, which will also be very modest and govern with humility, fight corruption, will not disrespect the views of others, bring all on board, will not dissipate public funds, and will be ready for probity and accountability. I've been joined by Daniel Amate, who is the member of the planning committee, a member of the elections committee, very active. I saw him in Cape Coast going up and down, and thankfully the elections in Cape Coast ended very successfully, and as we speak, he's here with us. I've seen EC officials who have come in their numbers. The EC officials who have come in their numbers with their ballot papers, they are set, and the second phase will get the EC taking over the Congress grounds to tell us the modalities before the elections take place. General Amate is a deputy director of elections of the NDC. He has joined us, so your portfolio is huge. Deputy director of elections, you are virtually in charge of everything because Elvis Afriyankra is a candidate, and therefore everything was in your hands. We are closer to the D-Day and the D action, that is the elections. Workers, what is the next stage of this program?
Well, I see, Eric, I can say that you can see that the EC has just begun setting up. The next phase is the election itself. After we return from break, after the 45 minutes break, we are going to have 17 voting centers. So you are expecting 163 voting booths. Because we have 9 positions being contested for, we are expecting that within 3-4 hours voting should be over.
But that would be good, within 3-4 hours.
Looking at the time, it's getting to 4. So roughly, even in the worst case scenario, if we start around 5, by 8 o'clock voting should be over. Latest by 10, we should finish counting and declare the results.
But I've seen the EC officials moving tables and chairs almost round the stadium. I'm sure the cameras will be showing us the activity on the park. But what exactly are they are doing the setting up?
For the 17 zones. In fact, the city arrangement has been done in that order. So just after your zone, you just step on the
football pitch. All right.
You just step on the turf and then you vote. So you don't need to walk.
And what will be the pattern of the voting process? Because I've seen the delegates list and I've seen who are likely to be members of this list coming from the Council of Elders through the former appointees,
national executives, or our MPs, former appointees. In former appointees, we are talking about ministers, deputy ministers, MMDCs. We are talking about our former national officers. We have 137 MPs, and then we have our constituency executives, our regional executives. All of them have voting right, and then we have our international chapters.
That's those from diaspora.
Yeah, those from diaspora. They are also delegates, and then we have 510 executives from each of the 16 regions. So these are the competition.
And that makes the 8,000, almost 9,000 delegates.
9,000, in fact.
Now 10,000.
As of today, no, it's 9,123 delegates.
9,123. 23 delegates. Yes, so I was asking, they are all going to vote at the same time?
Yes, they are going to vote simultaneously in the 17 zones. We have grouped the regions. Some regions are stand-alone. A place like Volta region is standing on its own. Northern region, Eastern, Western region, Central. Eastern have been divided into two. Greater Accra have been divided into two.
And I'm told Ashanti
have been divided into three. Then we have Per, Bono, and Ahafo. Then we have Oti and the Western North. Then we have Northeast and Upper West. These are how the pairing have been done.
So the EC officials, would they be calling the delegates to come and vote, or the delegates
will
just
be calling
go there?
the constituency? So if you look at the way the delegates lists have been prepared, for instance, we have a place for national officers. That is where the Council of Elders will be voting. That is where our national officers will be voting. That zone have almost 137 delegates. They will be voting in that zone. All the zones, the region with the highest number is Central Region, 765. But averagely, we are talking about just around 500. Just 500. So I believe that within 3-4 hours, voting should be over.
Okay, so yesterday, another issue came up. Well, people, because I noticed this, I think in the Central Region, when the announcement suggested that if you are going to vote, they would have to check your ID card or your voters register, voters ID card. At this venue, when you approach the EC, when your constituency is called, what will the EC be looking out for to confirm that you are
delegate? The EC will be looking out for your voter ID first, and then your national ID. If you don't have the two, and you have your NDC biometric card, which also have your picture, you are ready to go.
Okay, so thank you very much, Daniel Amate.
Thank you
for the conversation.
I'm very grateful.
You have a difficult job.
Thank you.
And before you go, so it means that at this stage you don't have power again. Everything is now in the hands of the EC.
We are here to formally hand over to the EC. We are going to help them do the setup, and then we'll do formal handover by mentioning the contestants. Once we mention the contestant, then we formally hand over to them.
So that means I've seen Dr. Srebwo Kweku here,
yes,
who's leading the EC team. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric.
I've seen Bevlo Latte moving out of the Congress grounds with Dr. Kwame Pepra. And then at this stage, this is the election center here at the Accra Sports Stadium. You recall that before the former president spoke, there were a number of speakers. The chairman of the party spoke, the general secretary spoke. There were solidarity message from the PPP, NPP, CPP, and there were some interesting remarks that I took from the presentations made. And of course, while they were being invited to come and speak, I also took a chronology of events as far as the NDC's national congresses are concerned. So in 1992, the first one was held in Cape Coast, 94 in Ashanti region, 96 in the Bono region, then that is Sunyani, 1998 Sekendi, 2002 a special congress was held in the Volta region, 2005 the party descended at Eridek Hotel in the Eastern region, 2010 Tamale, 2014 Ashanti region Kumasi, 2018 Trade Fair Center in Kumasi, which we all witnessed here in Accra, the Fantasy Dome, and 2022 we are here at the Accra Sports Stadium. Randy will be joining us shortly, but let me walk you through what I took away from the presentations by the two major contestants, i.e. General Sedun Ketia and Samuel Oposo-Ampofo. All of them had this cutting through their presentation, the assurance that the NDC will come out united, the assurance that the naysayers, the skeptics, those who are spelling doom for the NDC or wishing doom for the NDC, they will be ashamed, because after this Congress, they expect that, having learned from previous experiences and knowing very well what is at stake going into 2024, they were going to shame the false prophets, if I want to take the exact words Samuel Oposo-Ampofo used, and said that those who think that there will be an Armageddon here, they should bow their heads in shame already, because the NDC knows what it is doing and the internal processes are working. He's proud of it, and that whatever the NDC wants is unity, and that is non-negotiable. In the presentation of Johnson Asedun Ketia, he touches on the same thing and also pays tribute to fallen heroes within the party. Of course, he also talks about the fact that the NDC he has seen is most attractive today, and their wish is to recapture power in 2024. And what they wish to do is to see a party that is galvanized, and he has also pledged that the NDC will come stronger. He paid tribute to the parliamentary caucus and, of course, to the national executives of the party for the role they have played. Of course, he also talks about the effort the party put in, which saw some rejuvenation in the Ashanti and Eastern region, where the NDC has not been doing well traditionally, and they brought together party stalwarts from all over the country who converged in these two regions to do the underground work. Randy has joined me. Randy, I'm sure you listened through as the presentations were made. What were your takeaways?
Great, Eric, thank you. I think that, let me begin with what Ashimo said, because he happens to be the host. Now, he mentioned the fact that as part of their success story, they inherited quite a lesser number of seats back then. But in 2020, they've been able to add more seats, making it somewhere around 20 seats.